Welcome everybody to the Social Dig, the greatest underrated show on the World Wide Web. I am your host, Mr. Rob G. And as always, we're going to be digging into the topics that keep you talking and the talk that keeps you thinking. So come on in, kick your feet up, get comfortable, get ready to join the conversation. We had an awesome call-in show last night, man. I really appreciate everybody for coming in and doing that. We talked for various things. We talked for 4 hours. We had Magneticus on the show. We had Area 51. We had Long Island Bigfoot stop through. We had Coley from the After Hours. We had a lot of people, and we had people in the chat. So we're gonna do a little bit of the same tonight. What I would like to do is I don't know how you want to do this. We do have the call-in line, and then we do have the ability for you to just join the panel, and we can have multiple people on stage that can talk. So I'm gonna throw the link out there in the chat as we welcome everybody in today. We have Black Dragon, we have Tamothman, Derek Galloway, the Debster, Paramar, Maggie M10, Crystal J, Jessica S, Neil Warden, Eugene Braxton. Okay, it said Tamothman. If not Tamothman, Derek Galloway, who claims that he's going to get up and say something today, but I don't know. We'll see. We shall see. We shall see. Raji got abducted by Dave Scott. Yeah, I mean, we had to wrap things up, and I'm still actually wrapping things up. I wanted to make sure I didn't keep you guys waiting too long, so opened up the show so we could go ahead and get the conversation going. So the link is in the chat, and I'm just waiting to see what happens here. So the Debster, T-Bone, thank you guys for coming through. Let's see, let's go back. Black Dragon, thanks for coming through. Let's see. Okay. Chastity Moore, thanks for coming through. Yeah. So this is going to be the place where everybody can sit down and talk. We had a great show over at After Hours talking with Bree on the paranormal subject. It was great. Maybe we could talk about some more of that tonight. It's really up to you. This is the chance for the viewers to pick the topic and choose where this show goes today. Look, if Dave Scott appears, he's in. I don't know. I'm going to send him the link. But let me go ahead and do a couple things here. And maybe he will. Maybe we'll have some special guests. I know I've invited some people. So it's always something, Derek. Come on. When Dave Scott comes, then I'll come in. Come on, Derek Galloway. Everybody is waiting for you. Everybody's waiting for you. You're keeping everyone waiting. And I don't get it, man. So let me try to do something real quick as we get this thing going. And I'm waiting. I'm just waiting to see. We're going to give a few minutes, see if anybody jumps in the backstage, and I will bring you right on up. You don't have to show your face. You don't have to do that. So okay. All right, looks like I can't get in. All right, so yeah, let's go ahead and talk about some stuff, man. Well, you guys pick the topic. Let's look in the chat. Debster has a great topic. What is that topic, Debster? Let's get it going. Let me make sure the phone lines are opened up. Okay, let's take that off. All right, phone lines are officially open at this point, so you can call the number. Oh, Debster is in the building, so let's welcome the Debster to the show. Hello, Debster.
Hello, can you hear me?
I can definitely hear you. The
Let
YouTube
me.
is playing in the back.
Okay, I have to turn you down on my other device so I don't have background echo.
Okay.
That was a great show earlier.
I appreciate that. Appreciate that. Yeah, we were just talking about that in our powwow after the show. So I'm glad you guys enjoyed it. I'm glad you guys enjoyed it. So and we've been probing the audience, trying to figure out, definitely new ways to elevate this show or the after hours show. So I'm just glad you guys are resonating and standing behind us, man. I really, really appreciate that.
Well, we appreciate you guys, especially over the weekends, because a lot of the weekend shows are lacking or they're really dull, and you guys are really starting to kick it up a notch. So hopefully we can help promote that.
Trying to do that, and it's for you guys. Like I said, I was in the chat with you guys, so I understand. Some of the things that you guys talk about the most, and we're trying to tune into that. A lot of the audience participation stuff. So we'll be going in more of a direction like that, and you can kind of see the formulation and where it's going. You can kind of see that now.
Absolutely. Well, one of the things that you've been doing that I love is the trivia with all the
Yeah,
different areas, whether it's, cryptids or UFOs or ufology history. Because after all these years of listening, I had no idea how much, I would call it useless knowledge I was retaining. But I found out through your trivia, I actually know quite a lot. So it hasn't all been for naught, you know? We still have
exactly.
so many unanswered questions, and there's so much suppressed information. It gets frustrating at times. So when you throw out, those trivia things, it's like, well, it's not so trivial. There are a lot of important things that we've all learned over the years. So that's reassuring.
Exactly, and I agree with you on that, and that's exactly the point. We should know some of those basic things, and it's when you get asked these questions, and then you sit there and you have to think for too long. It's like, oh wow, okay, well, I should have absorbed that, but then you get a chance to do that in the moment once someone picks the answer. So I felt the
Yeah.
same way.
Yeah, another thing I've noticed too is when someone might be, not your channel, but other channels, someone might have someone on as a first time guest, and maybe that person hasn't been in ufology that long. And so as you listen to them, they'll, share their immediate stuff, but then when they're asked just generalized questions about the things we all know about, and they don't have any information, you can tell they're really newbies and that they really are just dipping their toes in. And so when the audience has so much more knowledge and information than the guest, it's an indicator that if you're going to be in this field, I personally feel if you're going to be in this field and be a guest, you really need to have more knowledge. Otherwise, the audience is rather unimpressed by them. At least that's my feeling.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. And when you have an audience like Spaced Out Radio, where the knowledge is so deep, you can pretty much pick those people out pretty quickly. You know what I mean? You
Yeah.
can sniff them out, and I totally
especially
agree.
especially the grifters, who I call grifters, people who
Yeah,
are just like Dave talks about, people who are clearly just in it for the money. And it took me years to be able to spot those people, but my discernment is getting sharper and sharper, and I try very hard to reserve judgment. And because their experience isn't my experience doesn't mean they're lying. So I try to give a lot of room for those people and really just keep an open mind, but not go crazy with it.
definitely. And I want to try to get. I don't know if he'll do it. I want to get Dave Scott to pop in. I don't know. I don't know if he'll do it though. Let me see.
Dave,
Uh,
if you're listening, oh, luscious Dave, we're calling you.
exactly,
Pop in.
exactly.
Tell him to get out of the bathtub.
yeah, you don't have to show your face, man. You can just talk on the talk over the phone, man. So let me see. Uh, I know I have Coley. I was talking to both of them, so I want to see if we can get them over here. Tell Dave to come call in.
If they, just in case they don't pop in, the topic I wanted to talk about was our deceased pets. I do have a brief story.
Yeah. Okay. Go ahead. Go away with it, and I'll do this real quick.
Well, over the years, I've heard so many people ask about, do pets have souls? When they pass on, do they go to heaven? Are we in contact with them? And I can only speak from my personal experience. And I've had 3 pets that have passed that have actually paid me what I believe was a visitation in dream state. Um, and the most memorable, well, they're all memorable, but the one that really meant the most was my last Chihuahua that passed, and her name was Lola, and she was like my baby, my child. And she passed very suddenly, and I was just devastated. I mean, I literally didn't want to get out of bed for 2 weeks. I was just, you know, so in so much mourning for her because it was so sudden and I wasn't ready for her passing. And we were so connected. Well, and so I had gotten a new cell phone when I had her, and I was trying it out, and I was taking pictures and video of her, and they never came out. I could never find them. I had my friend who's a tech wizard search my phone. He couldn't find these pictures. He goes, "No, they must not have taken, Deb." He says, "I can't find them. They're not here." And so after she passed, I started looking for these pictures too, and I still couldn't find them. And then the day that I went and I picked up her ashes from the vet because I had her cremated, that night, I put the ashes up above my headboard and I put crystals on the box that her ashes were in. And then I asked her, if you have any messages for me, I'm open to you communicating with me. Now, I had been doing this ever since she passed, but that night she did visit me in dream state, and she was healthy and happy and fine. And I literally want and so I woke up in tears, but they were tears of joy because she lifted that grief from me. It was like a healing visitation. And what she told me in the dream is, you've got a lot of love to give to another pet. You have to move on. I'm happy. I'm fine, but you need to check your phone. And I was like, what? And so when I woke up, I immediately grabbed my cell phone, and it was already waiting. When stuff pops up in your cell phone,
Mm-hmm.
and it was already there waiting. And the minute I pushed the thing to light it up, her pictures were there that I'd taken of her that I hadn't been able to find. So she literally called it in. And that's
That's
how I knew
bananas.
it was an actual visitation. And I could also smell her on my blankets. So she was literally there, like in physical form, and she brought the pictures back to my phone. So, I mean, if that isn't, not that I have to prove anything to anyone, but I know for myself, it was a
Yeah,
reassurance that she was fine and she wanted to lift that grief from me and let me know she was okay and
that
that
is
she was happy.
bananas. That's bananas. I have not had, and when it goes to, and we had a question about that earlier today on After Hours, and I never, it's hard. Well, I have the shadow person, so I know that that realm is there. But when it comes to pets, I didn't really realize that that was actually a thing. But Terry Hall said the same thing. He had actually had a picture that he showed on the show that showed his deceased pet in a picture behind his wife. So I know that that's a thing, but that's crazy. That's
I
crazy.
remember that. I remember seeing that.
That is bananas. Do you have a another one for us? I'm just texting Dave real quick.
Oh, let's see, another pet visitation. There was a cat also that passed away, and it was the same kind of thing where he visited me in dream state. And at first I thought it was a dream, but it was another one of those things where in the dream I was petting him and rubbing his belly and touching him, and he was purring and cuddled up to me. You know how cats cuddle up to you when you sleep with them, and he used to always sleep
Mm-hmm.
against me. And so when I woke up, again, it was just this, feeling of peace, like he was okay. And at first I thought it wasn't just a dream. But then again, I smelled him on my blankets. I could literally smell him on my blankets. And then I smelled my hands and it smelled like him. So that was my cat, Will, and he was 22 years old. So he had a very strong will to not want to pass over for a long time. And when he did, it was peaceful.
All right, Debster, we have, hello, are you on the line?
I might be. I don't know if I am or not, though. Is this thing on? Hello?
Ladies and gentlemen, we have Mr. Dave Scott from Spaced Out Radio on the line. Dave Scott, we have the Debster right here on stage. She was just telling a wonderful story about a pet visitation that she had.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, she
And
can hear
how's the
you.
Debster tonight?
Can you hear Deb? Can you hear him?
Barely.
Oh, barely. Let me try to turn you up, Dave. Okay, go ahead, Dave.
And how's the Debster tonight?
Debster is enjoying a strawberry milkshake.
Oh, Dave would like a strawberry milkshake.
What are you doing, Dave?
I am sitting at a kitchen table at my parents' house where we had Thanksgiving dinner earlier today because it's Canadian Thanksgiving weekend.
That's right. Good dinner?
It was fantastic, yes.
Rob,
So,
do you want me to sign out so you and Dave can talk one-on-one?
Actually, yeah. I mean, if you would mind, real quick, will you be
Okay.
willing to come back?
Let me tap out so you guys can take the floor here.
Okay.
I'll try to do this.
All right. Okay. All right. So we're on the line with Dave Scott, the man with the plan, Mr. David Scott. So Dave, come on, tell us something really good. This is a call-in show, so we're talking about Deb set the topic. She brought up extraterrestrial visitation with pets. So she told a great story that we just all listened to. We have about 32 people in the chat. A lot of people that know you very well from over at Spaced Out Radio. So they're all listening to you. Give us a good one, Dave.
Oh, with pets?
Pet. It could be pets, or it could be anything related to the subject.
Oh my goodness. See, when my dogs were alive, I think they were quite freaking used to the aliens coming around because they never tipped me off to nothing, the bastards. Right? And the three cats that I have, they're just as useless about the aliens as well. I don't know what the hell. I got the wrong pets. They're on the sides of the aliens, man. I hear all these stories. I hear all these stories about how people's aliens or pets tip them off to aliens are coming. Not mine. They're just like, screw you. You're in for this on your own.
Yeah, but I hear they say that some pets detect ET better than, like, is it dogs or cats? I don't know if you've heard of that.
Now, I can tell you a story with my son because
Okay.
we have a haunted house, okay, where there's always spirits coming and going, where my son and while he was eating a bowl of cereal, him and my dog were both staring at this doorway into my kitchen, and there was a shadow being standing on the other side of the doorway.
Okay. Go ahead.
So I mean, I don't know. I think the pets just get used to it. But yeah, pets are in tune for sure.
Well, that's pretty awesome. Like I was telling Debster, I haven't had, and they're saying my mic is low. Guys, is this better? Is my volume better for you guys? Check, check. Am I good, guys? Okay, must be good. Yeah, I haven't. Like I said, I was telling Debster, I actually had to bury three of my, unfortunately, buried three of my pets in the backyard just this past spring due to parvo. So
Oh,
unfortunately, yeah, it was tough. They passed away, so I buried them right in the backyard, and I haven't felt anything or had any sort of feeling that they're attempting to visit me. But I don't know. That's hard. That's hard for me to
oh yeah,
comprehend.
yeah. I would say probably the closest. I had this dog a number of years ago. I had to put him down in like way 2008, and and he actually came to me one night, and it was actually really beautiful. Um, my dog used to love going fishing. He was a German Shepherd Husky Lab cross, and like this was the type of dog that I never even ever had to leash him because he would just wouldn't leave my side. Just a perfect dog. And one night I had a dream about this where he was he was showing me that when it's my time, he was waiting for me so that way I could take him fishing on the other side because
Wow.
he loved going fishing. So when he was alive, I'd just say, "Come on, bud, let's go fishing," and he'd go freaking nuts and run as fast as he could to my vehicle, right? And then when I would take him fishing, he'd lay down on the bank, and I'd be standing in the river with my buddies fishing, and my dog wouldn't move, would not move. And he actually showed me pictures of how he's waiting for me to get over to the other side so that way we could go fishing together.
Yo, that's wow. That's beautiful. That is a beautiful story right there, Dave. That's heavy, man. That hits the heart
Yeah,
heavy.
yeah, it hits heavy, very heavy.
Man. Well, man, I don't even know what to say with that, man. I just know how it is, how it feels to lose them, and I almost had I almost broke down because I had to bury. There were three of our babies, you know what I mean, and it was three in a
Oh,
row within 2 weeks of each other. It was just so tough. But I'll tell you this
yeah.
story. The fourth, it was in this particular litter. There were four that were infected with parvo. Now my littlest one, she's like a teacup chihuahua, little small baby. So her brother, the one she played with all the time, um, had just passed, and she was acting okay. But I knew I'm like, okay, they've been around each other too much. There's a great chance that she also has this as well. So she started showing symptoms, and her body's just so small. Didn't think that she'd be able to fight it. We took her to the vet. We got her. I don't even know the name of the shot. They shot her up with something. She had this hump on her back, and she was slowly fading away. It wasn't working. So I'm already upset at this point. I buried three, and I'm thinking I'm gonna have to bury her. So we bring her home, and they've done everything they could do. She's so weak; she could fit in just the palm of one hand. That's how big she was, and she was just unresponsive. She was just so weak. So we hydrated her, and she kind of pepped up a little bit. So we let my daughter care for her over the night. To hydrate her through the night, and I go to bed. I wake up in the morning. I get woken up saying, telling me she didn't make it, and I'm just
Oh, no.
upset at this point. I'm just so frustrated because I've just dug all these holes, and I'm just like, oh. So I go out there. I'm about to go and dig this hole. So I walk into the kitchen. I ask my daughter, where is she at? She points to, we have a little dog couch, and she was wrapped up. She had her wrapped up in a blanket, completely wrapped head to toe. So I'm like, oh my God, okay, I'm about to walk out here. 15 minutes, I'm about to dig this hole, and I'm about to put her in it. So I go over to grab her to put her in the hole, and she jumps. Her body jumps And I tell her, I'm like, she is not dead. And so
Oh, not.
I begin to, I'm holding her, and she's still limp, body fully limp, eyes sunken in. She's on the brink. If not, they claim that she was dead for sure and that she came back. But I sat there, and I sat at the kitchen table with her in my hand. I had a little towel wrapped around her. I was hydrated. Well, she wouldn't even, you get the normal swallowing reflex. She didn't even have
Yeah.
that. So I would put the hydration in her mouth, and it would just sit there. And I'm like, come on. I'm talking to her. I'm like, her name is Ladybug. So I'm like, Ladybug, Ladybug, rubbing her body. I'm sitting there rubbing her. And then maybe 2 minutes, she would, her reflex would kick in to drink down the liquid. So I'm like, okay, at least she's doing that. So I'm sitting there rubbing her, talking to her, talking to her. Slowly but surely, she opened her eyes. Well, first she was drinking, the reflex was there naturally, was kicking in. And then maybe an hour later, she began to open her eyes, but she's still limp and is still questionable. Sitting there rubbing her body, hydrating her more. Then she opens her eyes completely. And then an hour later, she is lifting her head up on her own. She came fully back to life. She came all the way back to where she's up and looking around, drinking the hydration. We had this mixture of food that we had given to her. That I forgot what it was. It was like baby food or something like that, and she was eating that. After 4 hours from the moment they told me she was dead and I'm about to bury her in a grave, she came completely back to life. She had the will to live. I think that something came down. I don't know. In allowed, just me rubbing her and and talking to her, put it back in her body, put the life back in her, and she's here. She's
Oh,
like,
yeah.
and she won't leave me alone. Like when I go to bed, she'll hop into bed. She's all in my face. So she will. I think that she understands what happened, and that she just is so gracious of what I did. You know what I mean? It's crazy, Dave.
Yep.
It's crazy,
Amen to that, brother.
man.
Amen to that.
Yeah,
Hey,
heavy.
my friend, I'm gonna head off to bed here. But
Okay.
hello to all our listeners and everything. I got a long drive tomorrow to get home before I get on the air to do the show tomorrow night. But I will chat with you tomorrow. Okay.
Appreciate you coming through, Dave.
Take care.
All right, you too. Okay, Derek Galloway. I think you said if Dave Scott called in, you would call in too. Thank you very much. That was powerful, guys. This is a real life story. She was completely gone. According, they had checked her, and I was literally about to just grab her, take her out, and just bury her. I was done with the whole process of having to bury the other ones literally days earlier. So she had the will to live enough to where when I grabbed her, she literally jumped. It was so crazy. And she's like my favorite today. She's like literally, she's like attached to me. You know what I mean? It is so insane. She's a little cute. I might bring her on one day. I think she's asleep right now, but she's still only this big. She didn't really grow much, but yeah, very powerful. Didn't think about that until we were just talking about that. I wish I would have had that story for you, Debster. I wasn't even thinking about that. Man, okay. Well, with that being said, Debster says, Rob, Jesus raises from the dead, and I believe it. I literally, and I tell my girl this all the time because she witnessed the whole thing. She couldn't believe that she came back, fully came back. She could not believe it. And I told her, I mean, I think it was the rubbing and the talking to her for 4 hours straight. I just continuously talked to her and was rubbing her body to help, hopefully, I'm thinking maybe circulate blood is what I was thinking I was doing. But I felt like whatever sort of power came through me into this puppy, and brought her back. And I swear, it's like the way that she sticks to me and is so attached to me, like she will not leave me alone. Like, and I think she really feels like I saved her life, and it was really, really, really crazy. Deb said smash the like button. I think you should listen to Deb. Please smash the like button. Please, please, please. Derek Galloway, come on, man. You got to quit dodging, man. You got to quit dodging. And Debster, thank you so much for understanding with Dave coming in. I would love to have you back to talk whenever you're ready to do that. But I appreciate you. Um, let's see. Yeah, we got a packed house in there. I mean, we got 28 people. Who has a story to tell? Who has a story to tell? You've been listening to me talk for 3 hours. I know Area 51. Area 51 is always game. Let's see. There. Let's see. Look. Okay, is this what we're doing, Derek? Is this what we're doing? Was that really David Scott? Didn't sound like him. Oh, we know that was Dave. Anybody who knows Dave knows that was Dave. Crystal J, yeah, that's Dave. Maggie M10, is Dave a really good impersonator? Come on in, Derek Galloway. Come on in. Come on down. Come on down. Let me check the phone line. Yeah, Derek, I'm finding out Derek he says a lot, okay? Now, I mean, I don't know really what to say, Derek. Come on, man. You're letting everybody down, man. Okay, let me see. Anything new? Okay, here's what we do. Okay, we got Eugene Braxton call in. Yeah, definitely. Definitely. You can call in, and like I said, we have the ability to do the party chat where everyone can be in at the same time. I know Magneticus, if he was here, he would definitely jump in. Yeah, that part, right? It's 856, THE-DIGG, 856-843. Let me bring that out. I should have had that up anyways. It should have been up anyways. Call-in number 856-843-3444, or that's 856, THE-DIGG. Said can't hear Rob. Wow, I'm sorry, Susan. I keep hearing that. But my mic is all the way turned up. And I'll turn it up more. Hopefully this is better. This is the same setup I use with Spaced Out Radio, so it's really strange. Yep. Hopefully you can hear me. Please let me know if you guys can hear me. I sure will, Juan. Let me put that in there. Okay, got louder. Good. Yeah, I turned it up more. Oh, it's weird. I use the same settings over there. Okay. Yeah, so we're up. And we got Area 51 in the building. Area 51. Let me see. There we go. How you doing, Juan?
Doing well. How are you?
Doing good, man. Love it. Love that you stepped in here and joined the conversation. So
Definitely.
it's gonna be up to you, man. We can talk about anything. Well, we can let the audience pick. It doesn't matter. Let's just talk about something good. What do you got?
I got a story for you. I think this one's pretty interesting. It's kind of, I would say, unique, just because of how all the things that ended up happening surrounding this experience that I had with some of my friends when we were younger. And I know earlier in your show today, you guys were talking about dolls, right?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, so it kind of ties into that. I had a friend that used to teach me how to play guitar when I was younger. I was probably 13 or 14 years old, and I would go over to his house or apartment to every Wednesday to stay the night, and then I would take lessons, and then we would kind of chill, watch movies, listen to music, play FIFA, and order pizza. And he was really big. This is around the time that eBay was such a big thing, and I came late one night, and he was on the computer on eBay researching this painting that he wanted to buy. And I'm not sure how many of the people here are familiar, but the painting, it was said to be haunted, and it was the original painting that was done in 1972, called "The Hands Resist Them" by this artist named Bill Stoneham.
If you
And
could, if you could,
yeah,
I could bring that up for you if you want. If you want people to see it.
yeah,
What's it
if
called?
you, it's the painting is called "The Hands Resist Them."
The hands
Resist them.
resist them. Let me see. Oh, okay. I see that. Let me bring that up. Oh, okay. Let me see. For everybody who. Okay, here we go.
Yep, that's the painting.
Okay. Yep, go ahead.
Now, so I didn't know anything about this painting, and he was just kind of informing me that it was on sale on eBay, and there's a lot of buyers going after it because it was the original painting that had, they said it was haunted, that there was a curse on it, and that anyone that bought the painting either would die a year later, or weird stuff would start happening around the house. The painting said to be, like I said, cursed, but the things that surrounded was weird because, according to the people that have owned the painting, the boy would leave the painting, or some of the figures in there would leave the painting and start going around and messing inside, like, the house that it belonged to, and then they would return in the morning. And there was times where, instead of the little girl holding what looks um, like a hair dryer, uh, was actually holding the gun, which made the boy scared, and it would make him run out of the painting as well. So this is all that weird stuff happening. Stuff started moving around the house, but not yet for me or for my friends. So he's bidding on this painting, and he's telling us a story, and I start feeling like weird because I'm like, why are you gonna have this around if it's cursed? And him being very superstitious, he just wanted the painting to have it. And so he started bidding pretty high, but then it got to the point where the bid was too high. It was about above $1,000, I think, and he didn't want to buy it at that point. And so some person ended up buying it, and I remember we stayed the night, and like I said, we were stuck in this little room in his apartment, and one of the amplifiers turns on its own from the guitar, and it just makes this really loud noise. And so he ran over there and shut it off. And he goes, the volume wasn't even all the way up. He says, I don't know what caused that. So
Oh,
I'm sleeping in the middle because there's two beds that were kind of split. And I'm sleeping in the middle. And then I hear noises coming through the amplifier, like children's voices. And I wake him up and I go, hey. uh, can you hear that? And you can hear it's like, dude, it's probably feedback from some radio or something. But if you got closer to the amp, because I did, I went over to the amp because it was around me, and I put my ear against it, and you can hear literally kids talking. And I go, no way. And so, yeah, so little stuff like that would start happening. Um, the times that I come over from that day on, uh, like I said, the amp would turn on, the TV would turn on its own. There was stuff that would be moved. The door would suddenly open on its own. So strange stuff started happening like that, and slowly. And then there used to be his niece that used to come over and play, because they lived with their grandparents, and she would come over to visit them, and she had like her play toys and everything, and she would just sit there and play with them. But she never had like friends, so you just hear her talking, and we'd be like, who is she talking to? Because she's not talking to the dolls, and she's like just staring at the wall, talking at the wall. And my friend's like, I've asked her who she's been talking to, she won't tell me. She says, oh, it's just this, my friend. And we ended up having a sleepover, one day, and it was around October, I think, probably getting close to Halloween. And I think The Hills Have Eyes had just came out on DVD, and this is when we still went to Blockbuster and rented the DVDs. So we decided to go rent that, and there's six of us, and we're standing in the living room, and we're watching. The lights are off. We're watching and stuff, and all of a sudden, we hear like this rocking, and then something fall, and we turned around and we jumped. We all jumped on my friend who was on the couch, and they turned on the light, and it was one of the dolls that was sitting all the way back on a rocking chair that held forward, and the rocking chair was moving back and forth, and we freak out because we were like, that we just saw that doll. It's all the way. It's back. It's all the way to the back, like to the chair, and then it just fell forward. Nothing pushed it. There was no wind. There was nothing. But the rocking chair kept moving
Call
back and
from
forth.
Eugene.
Sorry about that, Juan.
I know you
To
can.
Just
accept.
bringing somebody in. Hey,
Yeah,
caller.
Rob?
Hey, yeah, Juan's right in the middle of telling a story. You're on though.
Okay. Should I hold?
Yeah, just stay. You're in the conversation. So go ahead, Juan.
Oh yeah. So yeah, we had no explanation about what was going on and how that doll fell forward. But I kept telling my friends that it's because we kept looking at that painting. I said, I think we manifested something by messing around and thinking it was a joke. And I think my friend really did something by trying to bid on this painting. But yeah, then
That's
all of a sudden stuff stopped happening. But that was probably the most memorable one.
yeah. Did you hear that? And who do we have calling in?
Rob, this is Eugene.
Hey, Gene. Hey, thanks for calling in. What do you think about that crazy, creepy story with this painting Juan just told?
Yeah, it was good and well remembered and described. It kind of reminded me of a haunted house experience I had. I talked about it on a few interviews on Spaced Out Radio, but yeah, the haunted houses or anything haunted, you can actually go there, and it's like kind of like a reservoir of energy where you can go there and extract the energy from the ground of the haunted house. I did that once or twice.
And
But, I wanted to call in. You're doing a good job, Rob.
hey, I appreciate it. I appreciate it, man. It really means a lot. Means a lot. You guys are the
No.
long time listeners and for Spaced Out Radio, so to be accepted in like that, I really do appreciate that.
Yeah, I was there when Dave first came on the air back like in 2015, the fall, or 2014, one of those. But yeah, Dave's a really good guy, super good guy. And what you're doing now, you're the perfect weekend host. You're doing a good job.
Nice, nice. Thank you, thank you, thank you. It makes me feel good, man. And just so everyone know, I mean, I'm just being me. You know what I mean? So that means that you guys like me as a person, and that means a lot to me. So I really, really
Yeah,
do appreciate that.
yeah. It with you. Can you hear me?
Yep, real
Okay,
clear.
with you, it's normal and natural. You're a good, fully good complement of to the weekend thing. And I haven't really fully Nicole Coley. Still getting into her. I think I've seen her twice, but
Hmm.
you're doing really good. And Dave picked a good one with you.
Oh man.
But if any of the audience have any questions, and I had a deep haunted house experience. But if any of the audience have any questions in anything while I'm on, like near death, out of bodies, any of that, they can ask now while I'm on the phone.
Yeah, yeah. Any questions, near death experiences? Juan? Do you have anything? You can ask them as well.
Alien abductions, any of that.
Let's do alien
Remote
abductions.
viewing.
Yeah, I mean, if you have a really good a story that you could tell in relation to any of those, go with it. And then if anyone chimes in, I'll bring it up for you.
Okay, I do have a good one with the haunted thing. So I had always had inner experiences as a kid, especially between the ages of 6 and 16, heavily. Like I had, at the lowest amount, 12,000 out-of-body experiences. So I got super used to them. So I had been having this repeating dream of like floating above this mansion. And then my astral body would go into the house and I would walk down the steps with like ghost-like figures and come out to the back patio of the mansion into like some kind of 1960s party at nighttime, or right around dawn. So I had repeating dreams of this throughout my life. So from age like 6, so I was about 39, and I happened to be walking into Borders bookstore, and down the lane, almost like some kind of almost like
Stephen
a
King.
horror
Yeah.
Stephen King movie. I was walking down an aisle of the bookstore, and at the end of the aisle, there was this one book on a table. And I didn't notice the other books on the side. And I walked through that book, and there was the book of Haunted House Registry of the United States. So I said, I was with my Spanish goddaughter. I said, Cindy, let's look and see if there's any haunted houses in Philly. And there was a big one. And so my son was at football practice. It was so cold, like November, that we went to the bookstore to keep warm. And Cindy was only about 14. I was in my 30s. So she looked at her stuff, and I saw this book. And as soon as I saw that they had a place in Philly, I said, we have to go there. Because I had been dreaming about that for 40 years. I had to go and see what the dreams were about. I was kind of compelled to go to that house. At the same time, Rob, I had been wanting, I was in my 30s then, and I wanted to amass as much psychic power, mystic ability, strength as I could. And so I went to the house. Now, let's see. Me, Cindy, and Eddie went up to the house with her boyfriend and his brother, the 5 of us. The first time it was super scary. We saw something behind the house. Looked like 2 super thick tractor beams that were going straight up, maybe about 80 feet, higher than the treetop. They were moving. Anyway, we left and went right back to where we went. I dropped them off and we went right back home. But something followed me from that haunted house, like a mist-like thing, and I would see it for 8 straight days, like above my bedroom window, especially at night. And it haunted me. And after 8 days, I realized that it was a mixture of something that was super real and something that was in my imagination because of the fear Like if you go to a haunted house and you're afraid, that will amplify the experience.
Okay.
This haunted house was a Civil War death home where soldiers came to die. And on top of that, it was a Revolutionary War cemetery. It was super haunted, the ground. And I had never seen anything outside in real life. I had always had the inner out of body in dreams and visions and remote viewing in the inner experience. And so I wanted to see something in real life. And so after this experience, a month to the day after the haunted house, Son and I saw a huge UFO near the Philly airport. I would take two girls to the haunted house and we would get on film a lot of the weird stuff that happened at the haunted house, like girls floating down the sidewalk. The house amplified one girl's appearance. She was already pretty, like a Sharon Stone type, but the house amplified it 10 times more. And she knew that she looked good, and you could see her fully glowing in the, it was so, if someone wants to go to a haunted house and get, to amplify their psychic abilities, they can. They just have to go in the right mind state, and they should actually go there twice. But the haunted houses, it's actually like a residual energy field that's around the house. I don't know where the field is, but there's some kind of electromagnetic energy that's in the house. And I went back a second time with the Spanish goddaughter, and while she walked around, I purposely drained the house of all the energy. And with a month after that, we saw the UFO. 6 months after that, I got involved with the world authorities in the near-death and UFO research, and it went fantastic. But the haunted house, if you want to increase your psychic abilities a lot, go to a haunted house and just hang around. Wow. Something will happen. And we have it on film.
That's freaking amazing, dude. That's crazy and amazing. I've never heard that, but that makes a lot of sense, though. You know what I mean? That make go there with the right mindset and to enhance or to help bring that out of you. That is wild, man. That is crazy.
Yeah, at first I was afraid, and then I thought, well, wait a second. It's kind of like a mental thought thing, where if I'm afraid, it increases it. So the next time I went with the goddaughter, I knew what was happening. And once I stopped being afraid of the mist, and the mist would float above my bedroom while I was asleep, and I could see it like materializing through the ceiling. I've heard this a lot with the alien abductions and out of body. And there's a combination of alien abduction and out of bodies where all of those experiences coordinate like a rooms to a mansion. If the person can retain or maintain their level of consciousness high enough, they can be awake enough to see that while it's happening. But I realized that I could go back there, try to drain the house, which would be impossible. But let me go back there, get as much energy as I can. And then we exploded the next year. Son in sports, in school, in me, that's when I started the near-death research with the world authorities. I was writing and talking about stuff I had never known about before. You know, electromagnetic energy and that stuff, cosmic waves, radiation. And I was just, but the UFOs, the haunted houses, a near-death, can increase a super amount of the person's natural psychic ability. But you don't have to die. You can have it in a dream or through breathing meditation. But there's a lot to talk. I've done a lot of shows this day, but if I come on your show, there's a lot we can talk about. If your audience has any questions, they can ask.
Dude, okay, well, that's a bet then. We're going to have to definitely do that. And so I do have questions. Do you have anyone before I go?
No, go for it.
Okay. Now, I was just going to say, so then is this like a, so you're getting, is it like, would you consider like those houses, like the haunted house in this case, to be like a source of energy and you're getting energy from this? Like, is it how would you describe that? Like,
Yeah, upon reflection, after going and then going back again, as you go, you have the experience and you think about it or experience it, and then you go back again. Upon reflection, yeah, it's a reservoir of energy. And the reporters came to the house and stuff. They checked it out. It's like the fear or emotion involved with the experience helps a lot too. If you go there afraid, it will amplify the fear, just like in a scary movie.
yeah,
But you go there, yeah, the intention. Well, the second time I went the intention of draining that house of the energy. There was no fear, only the full intention of getting energy from the house. Because I was in that mode back then where I wanted to get more psychic power, more psychic. I was in my late 30s, and I had to increase heavily. When you're young, you do those things. But,
Yeah.
And then it came on super strong, as it did as a teen. But there's a lot with me with that. That's why any questions, yeah, I've had. So that's like 1 of 1,000.
And it even ties into like what Juan was talking about with the painting, and then like okay, so you have these houses, just not even locations, but just different things or different, I guess, different things that hold this energy or something, and it makes a lot more sense when you say it like that, because obviously when people say, like you say, haunted house, so a person looks, oh, okay, haunted house, but when you explain it as no, these things are probably like energy reservoirs, then that makes a lot more sense when you talk about all the different things that relate to that. And this painting Juan was talking about could have been the same sort of thing. That's mind blowing right there, actually, Gene. That's crazy.
So to
Yeah, when you get away from the mental aspect and just see it for what it is, naturally, it's a electromagnetic energy. And so I felt maybe I can go back there with the bracelets, with the silver in my pocket, and then drain it with the intention of draining it and getting the energy from it. Because without the emotion, in a Spock-like way, you can do a lot in the invisible realm. It is heavy.
Yo, you were finna say something, Juan?
Oh yes, with the whole talking about haunted artifacts or paintings or even like locations, but mine happened to be my apartment, and I just moved this year from that apartment back in April, and I remember the last 3 days I was there packing up and getting ready to leave. Um, I just felt something dark that didn't want me to leave, and this is the same apartment where I was having issues with like drinking. I wasn't going outside. I was in a very dark place. My girlfriend had left me. She moved out. And like I said, I don't know how I was surviving because all I was doing was drinking, not even eating. And I wasn't getting any sleep. But then, my lease was up and I'm 3 days away from leaving. And just weird stuff started happening. Like, I couldn't sleep. So I went almost, I want to say 72 hours without rest. And I tried to sleep and I would feel something pull my leg when I was trying to sleep and it would lift it up. And I'm trying to sleep and I'm halfway between dozing off and awake, but it would not let me sleep. And my arm would start raising on its own while I'm just laying there. So I started feeling really weird when I started packing up my car with my final things. And I just didn't feel like something wanted me to leave. And I kept feeling this presence of just like it was laughing at me because it was provoking me and scaring me. And I go, you know what? I didn't even pack my my TV because that was the last thing I was going to carry downstairs. I left my TV there because I was terrified. Because then stuff started falling off that I hadn't picked up yet, and I heard the door slam, and I said, screw this. I was trying to get some rest before I drove off, and turned in the keys. And then as soon as I went to go out the door, um, I turned around because I had all the lights off. I turned around and I felt like something was staring at me. Nothing was there, but I just felt like something was staring at me, telling me like, I'm not gonna let you leave. I'm gonna make it impossible for you. And the scariest part about this is that I went to go grab the doorknob, and my hand couldn't grab it. It felt like
Went
something
right
was
through it.
holding my hand.
Yeah.
And I was trying
Yep.
so hard, and I was trying to pull and push, but I couldn't. My hand was just stuck there. We're not even grabbing the doorknob. And I was like, what the heck? And then finally I let go, and I looked back, and I felt like something was laughing at me. And I go, no way. And so I went and grabbed the doorknob, but then it shocked me. And I go, what is going on? I've never been shocked before. So I go back and open the door, and then finally, like, I feel something, like, still dark looking at me. And I closed the door, locked it, went to the office, and turned in my keys. But the whole way to where the next place that I was moving, I felt something was watching me through the window. I almost got in 2 car accidents on the way there. Um, yeah, it was bizarre. It was like until I got to my new place, it did not want me to leave. But yeah,
So let me ask you one, like what Gene was saying, going into it, what were your feelings? You said it felt like it wanted to keep you there, right? Like that whole
yeah,
negative feeling.
right.
So were you going into that feeling that way? That's what I would ask.
Oh,
Like what was your thought? How were you feeling going
well,
into
I
that?
always knew that place was a little off. Ever since we moved in there, it was just off. Um, my girlfriend felt it. Her daughter felt it. I felt it, but I just ignored it. But she noticed a change in me immediately when we moved in. I was just getting angrier and angrier. I was more upset all the time over nothing. Like the smallest thing would set me off. And
Yeah.
I remember when she left one day because she went to go stay with her mom, and then she comes back and she's like, "It's there's so much negative energy here," she said. And my girlfriend has experienced stuff too, so I believe her when she said that. And she goes, and it's all revolved around you. And she goes, I don't know what happened last night or why I feel like that, but she's like, it doesn't want me around.
Yeah. I don't
And
know,
so
man.
she believes a lot of in like spiritual healing. And she said, we need to get get the place cleansed and saged, and you need to go find someone that can help you because it's attached to you.
Creepy.
One.
Yeah, I think someone said my name.
Yeah. That was Gene. You still there, Gene?
Yeah. Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah, he heard. Yeah, yeah,
I Can I ask just a couple of questions?
yeah. Definitely go right ahead.
Okay. Hey, I liked what you were saying, and it seemed like you had a good memory of it. Um, there does seem to be some primal fear. Were there any after effects of what happened with you?
Yeah, I started feeling pain throughout my body, and this was like uncommon. I started getting sick. I remember this lasted for a week. To, after I left, I was just really sick, tired, having trouble sleeping and eating still. But eventually, just trying to have that positive energy around me was
Yeah, yeah.
worked out, I guess,
And
because I just
so,
didn't surround myself around that anymore.
and and what was the origin of this story? Was it a haunted house or someone got sick? What happened initially?
Uh Initially we
Because
thought
it
that
sounds
something.
pretty deep.
I want to say it started about 3 years ago. Not 3 years ago. prior to the incident, I want to say something was going on for about 4 years. It was manifesting,
Okay.
and I could tell because um, my moods would change,
Mm-hmm.
and I was having so much anxiety. I was having panic attacks. I was feeling depressed, even though I had my family, I had a good job. Uh,
Okay.
we weren't having to worry about anything, but for some reason, my attitude was just changing. Like my complete demeanor was going from being really positive and going out to just being really negative. And I think half of that had to do with how much I was drinking at the time too, and how much time I was spending away from home.
Yeah.
And I think I knew that before I met my girlfriend, she was experiencing stuff with like this mirror, and that mirror she kept around even until we were in the apartment. And I think I told this story, well, part of the story, because it ties in. It was that day that my girlfriend left me, um, when she moved down. Like I turned off all the lights because I felt like the presence was there, and it was laughing that it had me to myself. And just turned off all the lights. I remember trying to fall asleep, and I couldn't. And say, you know what, I have to do something about it. And so, like I said, I'm not very spiritual or religion, or being religious, but I did go online and say something called upon me, and I heard the name Michael. So I go, well, Michael the archangel, and so I researched what to say, and I said, well, I gotta shoot my shot, or else I'm not gonna know what to do about this, and end up falling asleep. But then I woke up and I was in the panic mode, and I was walking almost like in a trance, uh, like I was gonna die. I was walking from room to room, to the corner of a room, to the other corner of a room, and I'm like looking around hysterically. I feel like there's like shadows flying around me, and then eventually I end up in my room, and I literally kneel against the corner of the farthest part of the room, and I put my head
Okay.
against the wall, and I just remember like this is it, like this is where I die, and then I passed out. I don't remember how I got back to the couch, but yeah, time had lasted about 4 hours.
You remembered a good amount, Juan. A good
Yeah,
amount, because I've talked to a lot of and studied a lot of and talked to so many experiences in myself, and you remembered a good amount.
so in that stasis where I was in the one thing that I do remember from when I did pass out was seeing it. I forgot to mention that. I saw it in the dream,
Okay.
and
Okay.
then I also saw like a blue light, and this thing was coming out of. I was floating through space, and I could see the stars, I could see the galaxies, you can see the gas clusters, and
Yeah.
you could see this portal opening, and it was like halfway through, and it was like this round creature of energy, the tentacles, like millions of tentacles with like this open mouth with sharp teeth around it, kind of like going in circles, but it was infinite. Like they just kept going down, 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 and you just couldn't. It was infinite. All these teeth, and it was just coming
Okay.
out. And so what I took it as is like the feeling that I got. It was like this cosmic parasite, cosmic entity, um, something that was feeding off of all my negative problems, my health, because that's what it was doing to me. It was destroying my health. And one thing that I like to do was look at itself in the mirror and the damage it was causing me.
Yes.
And that was probably the scariest part because that scared my girlfriend the most. She goes, I hate when you look in the mirror. She's like, you've never done that before, but all you doing now is just you look at you stare yourself in your mirror. And I remember I would hate taking showers. I was at one point because I was
Okay.
so skinny that it freaked me out, and I would look at my body and be like, just start crying.
Wow.
It's like,
But the main thing is that you are telling the truth, and it's easily to see. You're telling the truth. You're
Yeah,
not
so
lying about what happened.
with when I woke up,
You
I
remember,
finally
and you
found
remember a lot
out.
too. That's good.
Yeah.
You're telling the truth and we remember a lot. But go ahead. Sorry.
Oh no. So then I remember. Then that's when I woke up and I felt a little bit better. But then I threw up, and what I threw up was just a bunch of black stuff. And I was like, trying to chug water, and it just kept coming back out, back out, and back out. And then I got to the point where I was like, where is this thing? And I saw it in my head, and I said, that stupid mirror. I said, that's hanging on the wall. Because that was the one I would gravitate to. But at that moment, I didn't connect the two. So I literally grabbed the mirror right there and I went and threw it away. And then literally things stopped happening for a while. And when she came, when we reconciled and she came to visit me, my girlfriend goes, what happened to the mirror? And I go, I threw it away. I said, literally the day you left, I went and threw it away. And I told her about what happened, and she just freaked out and goes, well, it does feel a little different here now.
Did you tell anyone else what happened, like your parents or brothers and sisters?
I've only shared this with, I want to say my girlfriend, you folks, and then I think a couple of people from Discord. But no, I have not shared this one with my parents or anyone.
That sounds normal, yeah. Yeah.
I don't want.
Are you on the Spaced Out Radio chat?
Yes.
What is your name, like on the chat?
Oh, give me one moment, okay? I'll be back.
His name is Area 51.
Okay, thanks, Rob.
Yep.
Wow, pretty good testimony.
Yeah.
You can tell. Yeah, you can tell when a person is telling the truth because even if you don't understand what the person's saying, it always rings true. It could be a scientist talking about some deep stuff, but the person can feel if it rings true. A mother could listen to a clown and tell if he's telling the truth. But,
yeah, and he goes into great detail.
Yeah, the detail, and which is the memory.
Now,
but
Paramore was asking you a question and asked you if you had any stories of children with past life memories. Does these stories sway you on reincarnation?
It kind of does, yeah. Thanks for seeing it, Rob. Because I see it. But yeah, it actually does. Because for me, when it comes to reincarnation, I don't feel that we have multiple lives or we come back as King Solomon or a black slave. I don't feel that we come back. I feel that God makes one of us as there's only one Dave Scott, there's only one Rob G in eternity, that no one else, even if you had an identical twin, could be like you. Right. We are super unique. We're not made to come back 11 times and suffer, go through hell. I wouldn't want to be reincarnated. But on the other hand, I was driving with my son. He was like 3. We were driving to Mom's house from Philly out to the suburbs. And he said, Dad, I've been here before. I said, no, you haven't, because that was the first time I was taking him outside the city. And he said, yes, and he described the route that we would have to go to get to our house. And that freaked me out. And so with reincarnation, I highly doubt it, although there's been some incredible stories but I can't see where a person can be. When you hear about these reincarnation stories, I was the Queen of Egypt, or I was a black slave, or I don't deal with the past life things. I believe that we're a unique species created. There'll only be one Debster, only one Joe Monk, and that's it. We will go on, and God does not create, I'm not coming back as a tree or anything like that. We're super unique, and we have one life to live. We have a good life, a good God-driven life, but I don't think we're going to come back over and over and over. Although my dad thought about reincarnation, my son actually said something about it. Me and myself. I don't want to come back here again and again. I'm satisfied with this one life.
Yeah, I feel the same way. You get tired of it after a while, and I understand how it feels like when you get to the. I tell people all the time. I say when I get older, the only thing that I can see as being an issue with that is when you go through life and you didn't take those chances, or you didn't try to embrace all the things that you wanted to do, and then you get older and then you look back and say, hey, oh man, I wish I did that. I would still try to do it even at that point. But yeah, I mean, when I feel like once I get older, that I'm gonna be ready to go. You know what I mean? Like, and not come back and do this thing again.
Another 70, 80, 100 years of the same. And it depends, because even the rich and high up people, they have their deep troubles too. No one has the ideal life. But to go through this stuff and then not have the memory of what we lived, where you become another person, you don't remember who you were, that's not how God made it. He makes us super unique, and there's never be another one of us. There'll never be another Dave Scott or Rob G. We're one. Even your sons could not be the exact similar. And that's how God made it, and then we go to a higher realm. So I don't deal with the reincarnation thing. There is life after death. We will live, we will not die. But we're not going to come back as a tree or something like that.
So Pierre Marv has an addition to that question asking, so do you believe these kids are tapping into shared conscious or what? James Linegar is a great example.
Yeah, well, the youth, they're our greatest asset. They're like super psychic naturally, just like we were. As for the future,
what's funny? I'm glad that Paramore asked this question, because my girlfriend was just talking about this. We were on the phone, I think Friday night, and she asked me what I thought about kids having these past memories and remembering who they were in their past life. And I'm very skeptic about that, because I don't really know much about it. But if it were up to me, I second what Eugene said. I don't want to keep living on and on and on. Like, I'm good with this life.
yes.
I don't like to be something else. I like who I am.
Yeah, the world is a crazy place, and the thing is you start feeling, and that's how I made that decision, and I told myself, even at being at the age I'm at now, is when you start when you start realizing, because when you're real young, 18 years old, you don't understand what the world really is. You just think that there's this place that with endless opportunities for you to grow and go, and the older you get, you start realizing the cycle, the reoccurring cycles that keep happening here, and then you get sick of it after you've seen the cycle happen 15 times within your life. You're like, then now you're getting tired of it.
Yeah,
definitely. I think what probably happens, and this is just me, I know I'm probably going to get a little bit of hate, but I think what probably happens is just how we pass down genes and genetics through like our family members and through breeding. I think the same thing probably happens with memory, which is I think why some of these kids remember like they were war soldiers in like World War II.
Yes.
I think the gene gets passed down, the memory gene gets passed down to them.
Excellent.
But I could be wrong.
He's exactly right. It's a genetic DNA memory thing. That they're remembering what grandma went through, or great grandma. But I didn't mean to interrupt. Go ahead. He hit it on the nail.
Yeah, I think that's what think that's what happens. Like I've never done any research. It's just popped into my head the other day because I go, well, if we can pass down genes, we can pass down probably memories as well.
Exactly.
Deep.
I've worked with the world authorities. They would all agree with them. It's more a DNA where the person is remembering maybe their great-great-grandmother might have been a slave somewhere or lived in Egypt or wherever. But it's more of a DNA genetic memory thing than the person actually was an Indian princess.
Yeah.
But he hit it right on the head.
I think they just get it. I think what happens, and I think it's pretty cool. They probably tap into that part of the brain that we don't get to.
The reincarnation is a fervent desire. That's a desire, but the reality is that we have one life. There is one God. We will go to Him, and we will be judged in a super cool manner where if you just believe that He is God, then you're in. There's nothing else. You could be a criminal. You could be if you believe He is God, then you're in. And that's what the near-death shows, that if you do believe while you're alive that there is a God, then that's it. You're not going to come back as a carpenter, as a slave. You have one life. You're super unique. You have unlimited potential.
Mm-hmm.
But we're not going to come back here 56 times and then forget who we were. That's a lot.
Yeah. And my logic would be there's so much, and this is obviously we don't know the answer to this, but I feel like we are, the energy that makes the universe what it is what we're made of. And if there's so much abundance of that out there, then what would be the logic of reusing the same, you know what I mean? Redoing the same thing over and over when the options are actually endless out there.
Yes. God doesn't make duplicates. He makes one Marshawn Lynch, one Elvis Presley. He doesn't make duplicates. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So, I was thinking about that because some experiencers, and I don't know what the belief system is on that, or how a certain group of people come to those determinations that this is factual fact that we do come back, we're reinvented, reincarnated, we do this it's 11 times, and how people come to those numbers and where all that comes from. I would like a person who believes that to tell me how, because that's where I'm at. I don't know if you've ever noticed, I'm a middle of the road person, and I'll hear the evidence and I can go either way with it. I'm not going to stand on one belief or the other without the evidence being there. So I can listen to you talk about that, but I would like to know, I would then ask you to show me how you came to that conclusion.
Yes, Rob. I'm from Ohio, Pennsylvania, Tennessee, and you got to kind of show me that.
Exactly. And that's what this should be about. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Oh, no, I was just wanting to tell Black Dragon really quick the story that I ended up hearing. It just had to deal with this kid who, he was like probably 6 or 7 years old, and he was telling his mom that he was a reincarnated like Civil War soldier, and he was able to go back and find out where he was in battle, where he got buried. He was able to pick out some of his friends from the grave sites, and he ended up making a Confederate suit. And he hadn't even seen the picture of the guy yet, and they told him to hold the gun, and he actually posed like the guy, and the suit that he was wearing was identical to the one that the guy was wearing, the soldier was wearing.
Yeah, that's crazy. Paramore asks again, understood, and I agree. But what if it's not about reliving the same life, but having a different life to help learn other things and learn compassion.
Would that be
That's
the only thing to
that's
learn? It's just compassion?
I mean, I've heard that concept as well, and to help learn. But then the thing is, it would be a lot, and I don't know either way. I'm just my thing is what I like to do is use common sense to approach a lot of topic subjects because I believe common sense is the tool that we're supposed to use to try to figure these things out. So I would go in back to what we were just talking about, you know, with the energy that powers this universe, and you look out the James Webb Telescope and you see all these new galaxies they didn't even know were there, and the energy that makes us and makes us go powers everything that we're seeing out there. It's all one energy. Then what would be the need to individualize and make sure that one specific person is able to come back to learn from their previous mistakes? Like, just coming from a common sense perspective, what would be the goal of that? What if you didn't learn, if this was a thing, what if you didn't learn the second time or third time or fourth time? What if you just never got it?
Mm-hmm.
Then you know, I just don't think that all that time would be given for one person. You know, when you think it's 8 billion of us on this planet, and Lord knows how many out there in the cosmos, when you add all that up, I don't know that it would specifically focus on one person to come back over and over again. Just using common sense, not saying that it's true or not, because I really don't know, and I don't think any of us really know. We can only use the common sense that we've been given. What do you think about that? You have anything to say about that? Either Gene or Juan?
No, I completely agree. Yeah. I think if you don't get it once, you can keep going twice, 3 times, 4 times, 5 times. Yeah, that at that point that's insanity.
Now, hear me out. Now, and this may fall into the reincarnation idea potentially, but I don't really think it does. But what I do think happens, and obviously we don't know if this would be true or not, this is just some things I think about. So I feel like, let me say that, I feel like when we pass or we move on, that our energy goes back out there into the universe. Mm-hmm. It goes back out there, and it could end up somewhere else, somewhere far, far away. And then maybe you continue a journey somewhere else. That to me would make a lot of sense and make more sense. Yeah. But coming back here, right here, and where we're at right here, I don't think that would be a thing.
Come right back.
That brings up a good point.
Yeah, consciousness does continue. Consciousness does continue. The person will retain their individual identity. You'll be your same self after death.
Yeah.
You will not be someone else. You'll be your own Rob G. Or you will remember who you are, but you'll be in a different environment.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I think Maggie brings up a good point. Maybe it probably isn't a repeat, and it's probably just your memory. Because you're right. Because if you just retain the memory and you're just remembering things, you're not really reincarnated. You're just remembering past things. So yeah, you have different parents. You're a different child. You might remember stuff, but you probably do something else with your life.
And Maggie's
because of
go ahead. Rob. No, I was gonna say just gonna read Maggie's comment just so for audio. Maggie's comment what Juan just commented on. Maggie M10 said, I don't think it's repeat personally because many kids report different parents, families. One child I remember was on mainland UK and reported a little cottage on a remote island of Scotland. So that was the comment that Juan was speaking to. Go ahead, Gene.
Yes, the kids do, because my own son remembered something from a past life, and I seen that he was telling the truth, and I verified it in reality. But he could have been remembering the memory DNA of his grandmother's grandmother. With this life here, God would not play the kind of trick to bring us back repeatedly and repeatedly and repeatedly. And most of us, especially the ones who study our field of science, spiritual science, are high enough where we will not have to reincarnate. We will quickly go ascend into the higher levels and merge with God. But we're not going to come back here over and over and then not remember who we are or come back as a tree. You can forget about that. There is life after death. We will not die, but we're not going to come back to this crap again and again and again. We're going to go and merge with God like we're supposed to do.
Mm-hmm. And you think about it, it's like, why would you want to? Why would you want to come back to this? There's billions and billions of other places that you could go. And in this living life, a lot of people say, yeah, I would go in a heartbeat over to that planet. Then why, in passing, would you want to just come back here then? If you have that opportunity to go somewhere else, why not take that opportunity? And I think you don't have a choice. I think that just happens. You just go and you're gone.
Yeah, and then, like you said, Rob, about the free will thing. How can someone force us to do something we don't want to if we have a free will? And with God, He doesn't force you. If you ask Him, He will assist and help you. He's not going to make you do something if you don't want to. That's up to you to go where you want.
That's pretty deep. Yeah, all right.
He's cool like that. If you want to live, you can be with it. And if you don't want to live, you can not be with it. It's a deep thing, but it's good that now we have shows like this where regular people can talk about it.
And I would love actually to create a show around the topic. So when you were talking about let's get together and do a show out, because all the deep stuff I do over here on this channel, because I can do it over here. But so we should definitely do that. Now, to my man, I want to say good night to you, Debster. Good night. Thanks for coming through. Thanks for joining the conversation. And then, so as far as near-death experience, right? So I want to ask you about that because have you personally had an experience near-death?
You talking to me, Rob?
Yeah.
Yes, I've had a big one and then several mini ones.
And so, with that being said, what happens? Like, where are you? Where are you when you, I guess, temporarily step across that line, or do you even cross that line? Do you just look through like a window, or do you actually step in there and then step back out?
Yeah, that is a good question, Rob. You're saying, where am I in space and in time?
Yes.
Yeah, excellent question. Yeah, when the person dies, and it does take a while to die, approximately usually 6 minutes. When you see in the movies where the criminal kills the clown, and then the criminal standing above him, and they show you from the victim's point of view, he's looking up the criminal. That's actually how it is. And the criminal thinks that the serial killer thinks that the victim is dead, but the victim slowly dying, paralysis sets in first, the comatose state, and the person can still see, after a while, the physical sensation cuts off, where if the serial killer was chopping away at the victim, after a while, the victim would not feel it. He would feel the movement, but he would not feel the pain. The serial killer would think that the clown is dead, but the clown is still alive, because it does take a while for all the bodily sensations to shut off. And in my book, of course, we detailed that to the maximum. But it's a lot. With death, it's a lot.
And so in the times where you actually come back, so where you're on the brink, you may even have been clinically considered deceased, but you come back, and that experience that a lot of people talk about that they have during that time, like where are you, where is your consciousness, like do you step into the other side,
Yes.
like do you step over, or are you just peering like through a window looking at the other side?
That's excellent question and excellently asked too. Um, a lot depends on the person's level of consciousness, like how awake they were at the moment of death, and even how awake they were before death in their normal living life. Uh, People have various levels of consciousness. Like there's a dream consciousness, and then there's a wake consciousness. There's a deep sleep consciousness. So depending on the level of consciousness, it's depending on where you were at that time. And could you just ask the question again, Mop?
Yeah, so when you so I'm assuming when people have this experience, their consciousness exits their body, and then if it was a situation where you weren't going to be able to come back, like you're chopped up, or you're not going to be able to come back. But
Yeah.
so that place that you, when you step out of your body and you step into that other realm,
Yeah.
so some people that come back, do they step into that realm and then they're like, okay, I can see this realm now, or are they still technically like here, but they're peering through like a window looking into that other realm?
That's that's an outstanding question, and it also shows the like intricacy in which you've thought about that. There is a dual consciousness, just like on the operating table, where a person is being worked on. They pop out of their body. They see the doctor down below working on them, but they can actually feel it in their actual body while they're seeing it from above. That's just a dual consciousness. And at the moment and after death, the person can have a dual consciousness. Usually, though, the consciousness separates from the physical body and stays permanently in the astral body. Everyone has an astral body that's inside of them that pops awake when the person goes to sleep or is knocked out. The astral body, when we go to sleep, we don't really go to sleep to recharge. When we go to sleep, it's not the sleep that recharges it. It's the astral body coming out of the physical body that recharges it. Then it goes back down into the astral and into the physical, and we wake up feeling okay. And the doctors know that they can treat an injury, but they can't repair it. They know that sleep and the cosmic energy from the invisible realms that we go through when we have an out-of-body experience, that's what actually creates the healing. So the doctors, and they'll tell you, they can't heal you. They can treat the injury, but sleep or nature will heal you. Because when you go to sleep, you come out of your body, your astral body recharges in the prana, the Indians call, or chi, which you recharge in the invisible electromagnetic atmosphere. Then you come back into your body, which is shown as a falling asleep dream, and you wake up feeling better from the flu the next day. There's a lot to it, but regarding life after death, there's, yes, one God, there's one life. You will not come back as Elizabeth Taylor or Paul Newman. You come back as your exact self, and you will wake up as your exact self in another life. You will wake up as your real self, and then you will merge with God, which is man's actual goal, to reunite with that where we are from. That's our primary goal in life, to improve ourselves and to reunite from that where we come from.
That's a great answer, and it's really, enlightening to be able to have someone to be able to give that answer truthfully. Because these are, I mean, I do a lot of deep thinking, and it's great to have someone that can answer those questions. Now, I was looking at this, and this kind of goes into that as well. Mike Jones saying, "I used to not believe in shadow people till I had till I had and experienced them face to face. I died and went to hell. I saw it and came back. Then the Hat Man, he was high, but his dog went after it." And so, and I've shown this, and I'm gonna show it again. So this is my shadow person, right? So where is this? Like, where is this person? Like, where do you know? I don't know. Is this that? I don't even know if you'd be able to tell me that, but is because a lot of people say that they're like is stuck in the middle potentially, or so is this like the place that you would potentially go when you step out your body for that moment, and you before you cross completely over?
I'm going to turn on the screen to see what you're showing me.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's a shadow person I took in my house.
Okay. Let me turn that on.
Yeah, it's
But
pretty long.
another good question, yeah. And more can be learned in ordinary conversation than in all the arts and science. Okay, let's see. But Rob, could you wait, okay. Could you redo the question?
Sure. So Mike Jones was talking about he used to not believe in shadow people till he experienced them face to face. He died and went to hell. He saw it and came back. Then the Hat Man, and I was asking because I have a picture of a shadow person that I caught, and this is just a super authentic picture. And some people say that the shadow people are in like in that trap, that lost realm, like between here and where you would end up going once you pass. And I'm wondering if that place you go to when you have those near-death experiences, when you step out of your body, is this that trapped place where potentially things like shadow people are as well? Like, would you technically be within the same realm as a shadow, or would you be a shadow person?
Yes, perfect question. And the answer is yes. The like the Earth is the third dimension. The first dimension would be heaven, of course, where God is. And the second dimension, where UFOs, near death, out of bodies, dreams occur, is where we go when we sleep. That's the second dimension. Earth being the first dimension, and heaven being the third. And so it's that UFO, near death, out of body dimension that we go to when we go to sleep, that we're beginning to wake up to. That is a good question, which shows that the person's thinking about their inner thought, their inner mind, their inner activities. Because when we go to sleep at night, we switch over to our higher self. And if we do the breathing meditations, we can actually be awake when we transfer over to our astral self. The astral self is the side of us that will live on after death. It's the astral body. It's the real you. And through breathing meditations, you can actually stay awake while watching yourself transform from physical to astral. There's a lot. And this, with the interviews I did with Dave, there's a lot of info there too. But everything that you want to do, you can easily do. There is a God. There is a life after death. You will not die. And a lot depends on what you do here will depend on what happens to you in life and after life. You have to be super good if you want to get into the high level, at least with yourself.
And I think when you look at this, I mean, when you look at Shadow Person, because once again, this is no trickery or foolery. This is an actual shadow person here.
I've seen them, yes. The shadow people are real, whether the clown is straight or fully high and drunk. Because I've seen them straight and fully stoned. And you'll be in your room, you'll be watching Lifetime, and then you'll see something fit about the floor. And when you look down, there's nothing there. But then when you look at the movie again, you'll see something in your peripheral vision, something moving. And if you don't move your head or act like you're not noticing them, you can actually see them moving. And there are shadow people, and they run against the baseboards of the place. You can see them whether you're fully straight, like a kid could see them, or adults fully stoned. It seems like nowadays they're coming out more than ever, with people talking about the thinning of the atmosphere and the invisible, a barrier that protects us from the outer world. But there are those invisible things that run around. You see them, but you don't think. You see them out of the corner of your eye, and if you look for them, they disappear. But if you see them but don't react, keep looking straight ahead, you can see them moving in your side vision. They're real.
Yeah. And it makes me wonder what they truly are. So when you leave your body, are you at that point a shadow person? You know what I mean? Like when your consciousness leaves your body, do you become a shadow person?
Excellent question. Yeah, you're partially in that realm. The shadow people are more in the invisible realm than in the physical, but in an altered state. Say if the person is depressed because their boyfriend just got killed, or if they're super drugged out, or if they're asleep. An altered state you can get the higher vision, the inner vision in an altered state that you wouldn't be able to see normally. So yeah, whether you're asleep, you're super stoned, or you just woke up, your marriage just got out of the void. If you are distressed, stress brings out the psychic ability and capacity. If you're distressed, it's kind of like an opposite blessing, but these psychic experiences happen when you're under super stress. That's why the rich people can't have the experiences that we have, because they don't have the kind of stress, not the real stress that regular people have. But the more stress, the more likely you are to have, just like the Incredible Hulk, when he got super mad, it would explode out. And that's how it is with the psychic power.
Well, what are you doing this week? Are you open to do an actual live show?
Me, Rob?
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, with you, yeah. Any day would be all right.
Okay. So what I'll do is actually you called me so I have your number here so I can save that. And then we can schedule a show because I like to have this conversation under a structured show. And because these are, look back previous episodes on this channel, this is something that we need to add to that total, catalog. We cover a lot of stuff over here. So I think this one would be a good one. And because, like I said, I haven't, I've asked people these questions before. But then it's usually speculation because you haven't had someone that's done research into, like you have, on this subject. So your answers are, being that you have gone through, testing, experiments, things like that, it makes your data, more valuable. You could kind of take it to the bank. So, yeah, I would love to do that, man. Let's try doing that. God, I'll text you.
Anytime, because you're connected with Dave and I'm connected with Dave, so that's family.
Yeah, and see, I would love and to piggyback off of that, if we can fit in the topic over there as well. I'd love to have a conversation in both places. But like here, I'm gonna ask you all the deep stuff and where we can really go into probably places that we can't go during the after hours. So
yes, and also with the chat, Like there's a quote, more can be learned in ordinary conversation than in all the arts and sciences. And when people get with regular other people, a lot of information is shared and known. And the scientists even watch us, like what we talk about and stuff, because they know we know more than them.
Yeah, I agree with that. I agree with that. I know I learned a lot, and I had no clue that you were, and look, and even with that being said, so you have a lot of great knowledge in this area, and then we go and turn around and listen to like Juan, and then Juan has all this, great input on the various subjects as well. So, and then you get the Debster in here, and the Debster has exactly the same thing. So yeah, I totally agree, and that's why I love this community, because a lot of people have things to offer in this community.
Yeah, it's a thing where anyone can join in, regardless of religion, height, weight, size, color. And in this community, most people are pretty cool. You don't get the jive asses. You get people who are actually interested in learning about something.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. You get a pretty cool nature. The nature of the people are pretty cool.
See, and that's why I know that eventually when people start getting warmed up to sharing stories and things like that, that this is going to be a crazy thing doing a late night call, because they do have, you can read the chat right now and see a bunch of, wild things that they're discussing in there, and having those conversations, where we can actually talk, I think is gonna be something great. So I can't wait.
I learned, yes, Rob. I learned so much from the chat. The stuff that they know is incredible. Like you can ask about anything, changing a tire, certain kind of weed, certain kind of vitamins, and they know it.
Exactly.
So it's with the regular people that you get the best information. The regular people, and the scientists know that too. They study us because they know that we know.
Exactly. And I think when it comes down to that, it's about obviously experiences, but I think it's mainly frequencies and just being tuned in to the right frequencies. And I think a lot of people in this collective are tuned into the right frequencies, and I think that's pretty much sums it all up.
Yes.
But
yeah, never go against the chat. They're pretty smart. You won't do well against them.
Exactly.
But if you listen to the chat and there's some smart people like Sovereign. When you get with the real people who tell the truth, you can learn a lot of stuff.
Exactly. And Mike Bothwell asked a question. I was just looking at it back here. Passed it up. See if I can find that. Yeah, Maggie and Tin talking about lucid dreams. I could go on all day about those.
Oh man,
my theory on that.
Yes, yeah, you know a lot too, Rob. And I like your style. I like the way you talk. I like the knowledge that you have about it, and I just like you overall. You'll be a super good host for Spaced Out.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Oh, looks like we lost Gene. He might be calling back. But let me find that Mike Bothwell comment here. Sure, his battery probably died on him. So what happened? Let's see. I was just looking at this and I wanted to bring it up, and now I can't find it.
He just
Strange.
reposted it.
Very strange. Oh, okay, yeah. Asked if there was any other activity in the house. Yeah, okay, so no further activity, which is pleasing to me, actually. I'm glad for that, because the way that it happened, I'll just tell you how it started. How it started was, so I've been in this house maybe 3 years now, and the people who were living here prior, they lived here up to the very last minute. So I don't know if that has anything to do with it. I don't know if this is related to them. But what I would say is that I would be in this room. It's a studio, film studio for the show, but I also have recording equipment and all sorts. This is the man cave, basically. So I'm in here all the time, and I would hear these steps on the roof. Clear, is not light steps, or just clear steps on the roof. And to preface this, I've never had any sort of paranormal experience or something where I could point to and say, yeah, that was really weird. You always think that you may have felt something or seen something, but I had nothing that to where I could just be like, did you hear that? So, and this would be repetitive. So the walking, just simple walking, not stomping or anything like that, but it sounded like right above my head, walking across the roof, like someone was up there maybe working on the roof, walking across, and or up in the attic potentially. And there's really not an attic there, which it's more like a crawl space. So that just would boggle my mind. But I would always think, it made me feel like someone was up there, like someone may have been hiding up there, and they would come at night or would. This is what I'm thinking. I'm not thinking paranormal or anything at this point. I'm thinking there's an actual person up there walking on the roof or in the crawl space, literally. So this would happen. This had went on for maybe the first year and a half that I was here, and one day, the same daughter who ended up getting this image. This was a FaceTime image. Somebody clicked the capture button during the call and caught this. The same daughter, we were talking at the dinner table, talking over food, and I was mentioning the fact that I think something's here, because we had some weird things happen that led up to the conversation. There was a random lady who showed up at our front door, and she was asking if she could come in and take a shower. Just a random lady. Never seen her before in my life. She showed up at the house at night. She came to the door, and I started thinking, I'm like, whoa, that's weird. And we checked the cameras. We have cameras all around the house. We have cameras, the Ring camera on the door, and then we have cameras on both sides of the garage that see the entire driveway. So I asked my girl to go ahead and check the cameras. I'm like, where did she come from? She just kind of came out of nowhere. This may have been daytime. It was daytime, I think. I can't recall. It might have been daytime. I don't remember. But I had her check the cameras, and the cameras didn't pick her up walking to the front door, because I wanted to see where she went when she left. I was like, wow, this is crazy. This lady just came to the door and asked, I think, for money and if she could have a shower. And my lady, she was kind of spooked and kind of, I don't know what she told her, but she ended up leaving. And when she left, I said, I wonder, did she go over to the neighbor's house next, or what is this lady doing? Just walking through the neighborhood doing this? So I had her check the cameras to see if which way she went when she walked out of our gate. And she wasn't on camera. And that could be just simply that the motion detector didn't pick her up walking out of the driveway. It could have been simple as that. So off of that made the conversation come up about the weird thing, because it was really strange how it didn't pick her up, So we sat down and we talked over dinner, and then it made me bring up the fact that I've been hearing these steps on the roof, and I'm like, dude, I think there's something in this house. And my daughter was sitting there eating, and she said, I heard the same thing too. She was the only one, me and her were the only two who have heard these footsteps on the roof. Everybody else had not heard this stuff. And it just blew my mind that she said that. She said she had heard the same thing, sounds like people walking around on the roof. So now I'm like, yeah, there's definitely something here. So this continued for a little while, and then I say maybe 6 to 8 months after, I'd say probably after that conversation, the walking on the roof stopped. Never, and I still haven't heard it again to this day. But we ended up getting a picture of the shadow person. So immediately I'm like, okay, first I had to find out, make sure she wasn't hoaxing the picture, make sure. She's like, no, my friend sent this to me right as soon as I came out the bathroom and said someone's in your house, and gave her the picture, or sent her the picture. And I told her I didn't want to, like I said before, I didn't want to tell her what shadow people were. I just said, shadow people are a real thing, and maybe you should look it up, go online. And she went online, and it scared the crap out of her, right? So when I talked to her again the next morning, after telling her that, she had done her research, and she was like, man, I couldn't sleep. It was crazy. And she was just really scared. So I knew that this was authentic for her. So the shadow person happens. I took this picture last November, October or November. So it's been almost a year. But since then, no shadow people, no walking on the roof. And that's why I asked the paranormal lady earlier on Spaced Out Radio, like, what do you do? Like, do you think I should be trying to find out about it? And she was like, nah, leave it alone. So that's exactly what I'm going to do, is leave that alone until either we start hearing these footsteps again. Maybe it's gone. I don't know. Or maybe I don't know. Maybe it did what it was supposed to do, which was get my attention. And that might be what the whole thing was, that it was stomping on or walking across the roof and then showing up as a shadow person to be recognized. So I don't know, man. I don't know. Wow, right? Juan? Crazy,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, no, I'm really interested in hearing that story because I've had one shadow person experience, but it might have been multiple times in the same apartment. And that kind of left me in a trance because I was sleeping I had put the couch in the living room. I mean, not the couch, a mattress in the living room, because at the time when I was going to college, I was probably 19 years old. My girlfriend at the time that lived with me, she couldn't stand the fact that I would stay up all night writing music. So I just put like a mattress out on the living room and just started recording from out there. And so I went to bed one night and I woke up like probably around 2 a.m., 3 a.m. And I remember just opening my eyes, but not fully. It was just, I could feel I'm awake, but I can also feel like I'm asleep. And I saw these 3 shadows standing over me. And I was just paralyzed. I couldn't move. I was trying to speak. I was trying to move my arm up to see what it was. And then eventually, like a couple of seconds passed, and they just disappeared. Like I don't know how to say. I don't want to say that they flew away, but they kind of swiveled away into the hallway.
So these were shadow people?
I'm 100% sure they were.
Yeah.
They
And
just didn't feel normal.
and look, see, I'm like I was saying earlier, I like having evidence. I understand when skeptics say, "Show, I want proof. Show me some evidence." I understand what they say when they say that, and
Yeah.
I like to apply that rule. I mean, because people should want that. You should want you should want more than just a story. You
Right.
know, sometimes people don't have the evidence because they didn't capture it, but and that's okay. You know what I mean? That's okay. It's just in those cases where someone does have the evidence, I think that you should be showing people so you
Yep.
can help people understand what's real and what isn't. You
Hmm.
know, because I can tell a great shadow person story or anyone can, but when you bring a receipt like this, right,
Yeah.
that what we're looking at, you can't deny that, right? You can't
Yep.
even deny it. So for someone who is open minded, they look at that and be like, wow, okay, shadow people are real. Whoa. You know what I mean? And that's, I think a lot more people should, if you have the evidence, because we in ufology, and I'm sure you know one, I know you've watched other shows.
Yep.
I know you've watched millions of guests come on many of shows, and they'll tell a story. You know, and my whole thing is I would always ask for proof. You know, I don't want to just buy the fact that what you're telling me is true.
Right.
I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt and say and believe that you wouldn't lie to me. You know what I mean? So I'm like that as well. You don't have to like. I'm going to trust you from the beginning until you show me that I can't trust you. Right?
Correct. Correct.
So I'm going to take your story in and I'm going to give it some thought. I'm like, wow, okay, that's crazy. I would like to see the proof if you have some, but if not, okay, cool.
No,
Um,
it's not that. It's just like I said. A lot of the stories that I have, they go into very great detail. I mean, I knew why I was seeing them,
yeah,
but I just don't want to. I don't want to sound presumptuous or sound in any
yeah,
way.
and no, and I'm not directing that at you, just so you
Yeah,
know.
yeah.
That's not directed at you.
No, of
That's
course
just
not.
directed at just people just out there in ufology. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like when we watch a show, um, and a person comes on and they say that they always experience this, but never give you the proof, the
Right.
receipts, man, the receipts, because the receipts are what's going to push the conversation forward. Because these things are happening, we know that. We know people are seeing a lot of these things. They're seeing these Bigfoot in the woods. We know that. We know they're seeing all these other things. We know shadow people are we see shadows all the time, but we don't think of shadow people until someone shows an example of what a shadow person is, and then it's like,
Right.
oh wow, just like the video we watched yesterday with the obvious alien
Hmm.
walking down the driveway. Other than having something like that, we just hear a story about an alien that may have walked down the driveway, and it's like, what? How do you push the conversation forward? And I think it's the people who do have proof, and granted, like my sighting, UFO sighting,
Hmm.
I wouldn't even have that on film if I hadn't been prepared to do it. That would have just
Right.
been an incident, a story. It would have been a story like, hey, I saw these weird things. They were in the ball. They flew across the sky. I couldn't get to my camera. And then it's just like, oh, wow, okay, I believe you because I know you wouldn't lie. But it would
Hmm.
be cool to have some proof behind that so we could take that and show someone else. Like, you know what I mean? And
Right.
I think in this field, like in what we're doing, the people that do have the proof need to bring it to the table, man,
Yeah, they do.
and
I
uncover
agree.
this mystery. It's a mystery.
Because some of the stories that I've heard too from past people, I'm the same way. Like I love a good story, and I'm always gonna, like you said, give them the benefit of the doubt until they give me a reason not to. And a lot of like the way that I see it, I'm not an investigator. I don't go out to the field and try to look for things, and I'm not always 100% prepared.
Right,
So it's just I would say I'm just an experiencer.
right,
To have
right.
that evidence, that would be even more amazing. Because yeah,
Exactly.
like you said, you could push the conversation a lot further and deeper. But without any kind of proof. It just stops there.
I mean, it does. In our circle, right? We people that because you have other experiences also who weren't able to catch data, so your story will resonate. You know what I mean? It's like, yeah, I had experience too, so I know exactly what you're talking about. But when you're trying to have the conversation with the people outside of our circle, the
Yeah.
people who don't tune into ufology, the people who would be open to listening to what's going on and, maybe swayed to say, okay, wow, but those people are the ones that require seeing something. And
Hmm.
and it's not wrong to do that or to want to see that stuff. And that's just the thing. It's like, okay, now if we take all the people that we know that do have something to show that's like undeniable proof of whatever it is, then we go and we walk around, we spread that around within our community, and then we all spread out and go out into the world and go talking to those other people and kind of showing them like, man, look, this stuff is real. Oh
Hmm.
wow, okay, now I'm on your team. Now I'm on the team, and let's move this thing forward. And you kind of do it like that because other than that, those people that are outside of ufology, they want to hear more than just the story.
Yep.
You know what I mean? And it's like when we talk about trying to get to that place where everybody is now aware and awake to the fact of what we all know is going on, that day can never, it'll be slow for that day to come if we're not able to accelerate the process. And it's showing the picture. You show a person a video of somebody stealing something out of store, it's like, yeah, he stole that. We saw that. You know what I mean? Or hitting your car and doing a hit and run, like, denting your car and then driving off. You get that on film, it's like, oh yeah, that happened. He did that. You know what I mean? There's no question to it. It's the same thing here. And
Yep.
I just, it's crazy, man, because my whole goal in the focus of this channel right here is the positive progression in humanity. That's the motto here, right? So anything to move the needle to to result in humanity kind of being awakened to what it is that's really going on. That's the goal here. So that's why I think about that kind of stuff all the time, man.
Of course. I think that's
But
what people were frustrated with the whole U.S. congressional hearing versus the Mexican one,
mm-hmm.
because everyone wanted to see bodies or new evidence, not the same, not just talk about it.
Right.
And it kind of dropped the ball on that one. And Mexico was just like, you know what? We got the bodies. And even, people can say whether it's true or not, but they got the conversation started a lot more than the U.S. one.
Yeah, yeah, and that's why when I did a report on that hearing, yeah, I mean, the bodies I felt like were a hoax, right? So, but what I did applaud and really liked was the fact that the guy said, "Well, come test them,"
Yep.
right? Like, this is either fake or not fake. Come test it and find out, right? So that's a situation where someone who's trying to inform someone else of, hey, this might be real, bringing forth something to further that conversation. They happen to be these mummy bodies, and we're finding out that maybe it is one full skeleton of whatever it is, but it's just being able to show, something to say, because just like what you're saying, so the hearings, a lot of people's criticism was it's just a lot of talk. He's just saying that he knows someone that knows a guy that knows somebody. Trust me, bro. The whole trust me, bro thing that was going on before. And that's really what it is. And I understand the trust me, bro thing. It doesn't really offend me when those skeptics say that, trust me, bro. It's always trust me, bro, because technically, most of the time it is trust me, bro.
Hmm.
When it comes down to trying to talk about that and bring the proof on it. So the problem is we have to we can't just keep doing what we're doing over and over and over. You know what I mean? without furthering the conversation. Like you'll end up being old and gray one at some point if we don't. And you look back right now, you see a lot of the older people in ufology are so upset because that's the way it's been for them since the beginning. The conversation has never advanced for them, and they've watched over the years for the same cycle happening over and over again, where somebody has a sighting, experience this or that, but then there's never no proof to bring out, to further advance it. So you can look at them right now, and they'll tell you that's how they feel. And the last thing we want is for, Juan to be 80 years old and 90 years old, and then saying, "Hey, this still hasn't moved anywhere."
Mm-hmm.
How frustrated would that be? You know what I mean? To look at that and be like, man, since we had this talk, now I'm up in age at this point, and we still haven't moved the needle at all.
Yeah, and I think that's what it frustrated me with because it started back last year, right? Almost a year ago when they started doing the hearings about UAPs and UFOs, and it's like they're dancing around in circles, and they just keep us in the complacent, and they're not doing anything, like you said, to propel it forward, to get a new conversation started.
Yeah, and there's a lot of people that feel like some people, and we looked into this too, some people don't report their sightings.
Mm-hmm.
Some people feel, because of the ridicule, don't want to come forward with their photos or the data that they do have, and that's just something, the whole stigma thing everybody was talking about. That's what we have to break. We just have to do it, and it just frustrates me to no end because I know that we can do it. And, the government, obviously, not just ours here in America, but governments all over the world don't want to see that happen. So they're doing everything they can. They know we have all this data. They know we have the video of the thing walking down the driveway. They know that thing exists.
Mm-hmm.
And they're okay with it because no one's moving behind it. There is no movement behind people spreading that as, hey, this happened. Same thing with all these other cryptid things and shadow people and all the proof that people have. They're okay with it just sitting in your drawer at home. They're not, but once you take it out your drawer and start making copies and going out there into the world and spreading that around, then that's when they're going to start really having a problem with it. But I always say we have, as us the people, we have enough proof and experiences and evidence to bring disclosure ourselves. Like we don't even have to wait. We already have it.
Yes. And I said that before as well, so I agree with you. We need to be the ones pushing the envelope. We can't wait for Congress or our government to do it for us. If we want to get disclosure, we need to be going out there and doing it ourselves.
Exactly.
And like you said, they need to come forward and tell their stories, show their evidence, even if you get ridiculed.
Even if you get ridiculed, man. Exactly, Juan.
Because I guarantee you, more people are likely to believe it, analyze it, and agree with you. If you come forward and are genuine and aren't trying to BS people, you're going to get a big support behind you.
And what people should be doing and be okay doing, and I think this is another big part of it, is people don't, along with not wanting to be ridiculed, the ridicule usually comes from skeptics.
Mm-hmm.
And I think you should present your evidence to skeptics because it needs to pass all their little tests, right? Because if it's real, it's real. No matter what a skeptic says or when they look at it, whatever they try to pick apart about it, if it's a real thing, it's real. And at the end of the day, they're going to run out of options. Just like, in certain situations, Mick West, there are certain cases where Mick West just has to throw his hands up and be like, well, yeah, okay, I thought it could be that, but it wasn't. I thought it could be that. Yeah, run through all your paces, run through all your checks, and make sure, you know what I'm saying? So I think everyone should be taking their sightings because it could be nothing. It could be You thought you caught something, but it could be explained. Okay, well, that would be good information for you to have. It's not a skeptic trying to ridicule you or do something to make you feel a certain way. Is really just going through the paces to make sure, hey, is this real or is this not? And
Hmm.
people should just not be afraid of that. You know what I mean?
Right. There's a show that I just got turned on to called "The Proof Is Out There," and
Yeah,
it's
yeah,
done
yeah, yeah. I
so
know that.
well. It's done so well. I just recently started binge watching it, and I like the fact that they have the evidence, they analyze it, and then they come to a conclusion as to what it could be or what it was. So
Exactly.
it's so well done, and so I see that
Exactly.
side of it
And
being
and that's
very
a
important.
perfect thing to bring up, Juan, because yeah, you're exactly right. So they pose it, say, oh yeah, it could be this. You know what I mean? And then they go through the paces to say, okay, no, it was actually this. And now this is something you can put away. You don't have to think about this one anymore. Put this aside now and let's move on to the next one. What's the next one? Bring the next one up. And yeah, that's why I love that show too, Juan. That's it's actually I'm glad you brought that up because that is but we need more things like that happening. And here's the bone to pick right here. Because you hear what I'm saying right now and you're agreeing with a lot of stuff I'm saying, and
Right.
it's not just because I'm saying it, it's
Yeah,
because you also feel the same way.
definitely.
So when you look around, and this is the problem I have with when you look around ufology, I look at hosts of shows, of other shows, just pick a show. You pick any show. There's a lot of shows out there. What steps are those hosts doing to spread that, to push the same message to say, hey, it's okay to, you know what I mean? It's like that's the whole segregation piece. It's like everybody has their own agenda. Some people don't even care if disclosure happens. They're just in it for, grifting reasons, or they don't
Right.
really care at the end of the day if this shadow person photo gets showed to everyone. They don't care. They won't even look at it. You know what I mean? So we have to, and it's a battle that we have to fight. We have to kind of, those people should be weeded out, truthfully, of the conversation because other than that, we're going to be sitting in the same place, man. And it's sad to say because to, what power do you really have to stop those people from handling their shows or their position of their I'm not even gonna say power because it's not really power, it's just their
What I would
platform.
say is they own a lot of the UFO real estate,
There
and
you go.
they really do. And I know exactly how frustrating that could be because I've watched shows where they do a better job of presenting information, doing research, and doing just overall a better experiments than some of these people that own all that UFO real estate because they aren't trying to move forward. They're just stagnant.
There you go, Juan. That's exactly it, dude. That's exactly it, man. And so that's what I'm saying. That's the reason. That's why I do this, dude. That's why I do this. If you can't tell, I don't do this for money.
Mhm.
I don't do this for. I do this for exactly what I've stated right here, right now, is to get this thing moving, to move the needle, to try to get people to understand, like, this is what we need to be doing, man. And that's the only reason I'm doing this, man. Truthfully, just to tell you the truth.
The other thing too is that a lot of people that have great evidence, their voices don't get heard. If you don't have a reputation, or you're not going to get heard. If even if you have great footage, great evidence, great a great picture. Um, the other thing too is there's a lot of jealousy and ego with sharing your platform with people that you don't want to because you might give them exposure over yourself,
Yeah,
and so they get silenced on that. And I'm not saying it's people's responsibility to be, you know, saying, "Oh, let me help you and put you on here and put you on the map." But sometimes it does help if you guys are trying to get to a certain place. It does help to work together and not shut everyone out.
Definitely, man. Definitely, man. It's, but like I said, if this, what, once this platform gets to a level where like our voices are able to be heard on a larger scale, then the hopefully it kind of expedites the process. But right now we're just talking amongst ourselves. We have 16 people in here and they're listening, and that's a good start. You know what I mean? I would love to have 1,000 people in here that we could say these same things to and show things like this and proof, and just to get everybody on the same page, man. It's just frustrating. Now, here's what I'm gonna say, because I see, let's see, Eugene, I appreciate you, man. I'm just doing what I can, man, and I'm glad that you see it that way, and I hope it definitely resonates with other people in the same fashion. Like I said, I do this strictly to positive progression in humanity, as Maggie knows very well. That's what we do here. And Derek Galloway, I'm just going to call you out, Dukes. I'm going to call you out, Derek Galloway. I'm going to call you out every single time. Every time I see your name pop up in the chat. I don't care if it's on the show I have no dealings with. I'm going to get in their chat and I'm going to call you out in their chat. Go over to Jimmy Church's channel. I'm going to be in his chat, dude, calling you out. Because you were supposed to come on. You said that you would. And is he ignoring me? He is. He's ignoring me. Derek Galloway's ignoring me. Derek G. Jimmy Church, heck no. I just said that, man. I was just trying to think of somebody where, okay, Jimmy Church, heck no. Okay, that's your prerogative. But I would like to hear your voice, man, because I see you talking a lot of stuff, you know what I'm saying, about this topic. And I'm sure your opinions, just like Juan's opinion, you know what I mean? Juan is well spoken about this thing. He knows his mind is in the right place. He has, a lot of great experiences that I'm sure people can resonate with, as you have heard. Same thing with Eugene, the knowledge that he brought to the table tonight. Debster, you know what I mean, coming through. And this is what we have to have. But see, Derek, that's where the segregation, that's how that whole narrative gets to continue. Because, the people that can present their evidence is what we were just talking about. So you being able to come up and voice yourself for the sake of this whole movement, not just to sound good on a radio show or anything. It's not for that. You know what I mean? It's to catalog your experience for other people who end up getting to listen to it, to resonate with what it is that you said, and you know what I mean, and try to further the conversation. Yeah, gonna get to a higher level, Eugene. Exactly, man. We have to have everybody's voices to do it. You can't, even if it's just in the chat, even if I understand some people just won't, but just doing something to try to help the thing move, man. And we need everybody to definitely do that. Maggie says she needs the link. Now, Maggie will let me know. I know Maggie will let me know. She wanted to join.
Maggie just
she said she wanted to join. What, Maggie? Come on. Hold on. I wish you would have said something, Maggie. I'd have been had you in here. Of course we got to hear from Maggie. Maggie, the link is in here. The link is in there. And it's, like I said, it's about everyone. Everyone matters in this conversation. What? No way. I can't believe I missed it. I must have been in the middle of talking, running my mouth. But, I do that, obviously. But, yeah. Yeah, Maggie, it's all day, all day. You could definitely. Oh, Susie B, you too. And we've heard your voice. I have your UFO story in that's going down in the UFO history logs. You know what I mean? I'm gonna always keep that. And Debster too, her story as well. I mean, that was pretty awesome for her to take the time to do that as well. And you're doing it for your future descendants, man. You're doing this for your kids, grandkids, great great, all the way down the line. That's what all this we're doing today goes towards, or goes forward. And yeah, you can block your camera. You don't have to come up on camera at all. At all. At all. But yeah, hopefully I'm gonna keep doing this thing here. It seems like it people do it, and it's the truth. People need a place where they can talk, because truthfully, when you look at ufology in a lot of shows, you don't get to do that. You know what I mean? You get to participate in the chat, but your opinion doesn't really get factored into the bigger conversation that's being had. And I think that's not a good thing. So while Maggie's waiting, so Derek Galloway, what's your excuse again? You look at Derek Galloway giving everybody instructions on what they see. You can block your camera if you don't want to be seen. Derek, let's give yourself that advice, bro. Come on, man, give yourself that advice. Derek, you can block your camera if you don't want to be seen. I can give you that same advice. I can give you that same advice. You know what? I may even have to ask Desiree to come through. If Desiree is listening, Desiree, the link is in the thing in the chat. Show Derek what's up. Show Derek why you run that relationship, why you run the household. Oh, Susie B. Ooh, exactly. No, I don't see you in here. I don't see you. Oh, she's sleeping there, Gally. She said, "That's okay. That's okay. Next time, I see her in the chat, I'll make sure to stop what I'm doing to talk to Desiree and say, hey, Desiree, what's going on over here? You're Derek. What's wrong with Derek? What's going on? He does a lot of typing. He doesn't do a lot of talking." Maggie says she accidentally blocked the mic and she has no idea how to undo it. When you come into StreamYard, it should give you a screen where you type in your name, what you want to show up, and then gives you the option to activate your mic and your camera. Boop, 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 boop. Oh. I wish I could help. I wish I could troubleshoot you through that. Because I would love to hear Maggie M10. Maggie M10. Maggie M10. Yeah. Paramar, Social Dig, Mr. Rob G will get Desiree White to work on you, Derek Galloway. I'm going to try, man. Because I would like to think that Derek isn't just pulling our leg, man. I would really... Because and it isn't like I'm just like, hey, Derek, come on, let's talk. And like he's never said it. Like he's never said that he would. Derek is offered. I mean, he was like, Rob, bring me on as a guest. I'm like, okay, we can do that. Yeah, I'll come on as a guest. I'll do this and that. Can't even get him on to make a phone call. Okay, Eugene. I mean, the line is open. You hear me and Juan going hardcore on what it is that people need to be doing in ufology, man. Need to be doing more. Shoot, even myself. Like I forgot what's the name of the YouTuber, the guy who traveled all the way across the country to go to the hearing. He's got a pretty popular channel right now. God, what's his name? I was talking to him on Twitter, but he showed up. He drove 1,500 miles from like Kentucky or somewhere, and was like just to be in line the next day. Didn't even know if he was gonna get in, but he did that, for to further the movement. Man, he burned his gas, took a chance of not even getting in. You know what I mean? And we just have to have more of that going on in this community.
All right. Went over there to represent.
Exactly, for all of us, right? Because he
Exactly.
brought the story, and for doing that, he was like the only person that was able to interview Kirsten Gillibrand that day. She gave him an interview,
Nice.
and we got the data that he collected. We all got, to absorb that because he went out there and did what he did. Had he not done that, that interview never happened, which means we never got to reap the benefits of that conversation. So that's kind of where I'm going with it. Yeah, Derek is cool, man. Derek is a cool dude. He always supports the social dig. He's always for sure here supporting. So always promoting as well. So Derek's a good dude. I just wish he would follow through on that whole phone call situation. Everybody that's seen here is cool peoples, man. Really, Eugene, Paramarv, Dogman UK. Like I know you guys through chat. You know what I mean. I can vouch for you guys. Susie B. All these are authentic individuals. The people that are here are authentic individuals.
I agree. I've become really close with some of them.
Yeah, they're cool people. All of them.
Yeah.
Black Dragon, Ange, just really good people, man. Like I'd invite you in my home, and that, you know what I mean. That's meeting like-minded people, and that's kind of what I found coming over to Spaced Out Radio, and I think that's why it all works, man. Because everybody, pretty much 99% of the people here are like-minded people.
Eugene, are you gonna come back in?
Yeah, Eugene was dropping some stuff there. Let's see. Derek Galloway. Yeah, no, Derek Galloway is. Yeah, shout out to Derek Galloway for that. I'll give him that. I'll give him that right now.
Oh, his cell phone.
Through Messenger. If you're using a computer, then you can just click the StreamYard link. It'll open up a browser on your computer or whatever device you're using. So if your Messenger is on a computer, that'd probably be the best way to get in, like Juan is right now. Yeah, Dogman UK showing love. That's the whole other side of the world over there. Same with Maggie M10, laying down under. She way wrapped around on the other side of the globe, which is beautiful because that's how the conversation should be happening. It should be people from all around that globe, taking the same message and then spreading out in their local communities and getting it done that way. You know what I mean? Paramarv, go for it. Tell them about the paranormal is. Angie's in Aussie as well. See, that's love coming all the way from over there, which I'm going to get there one day. That is one of the places I want to go. Want to go check out the Outback. Got to go see if I get beat up by a kangaroo or not. And I saw this, I don't even know where it's at. I think it's in the southern part of Australia where they have this beach. You have to go through like the mangroves and the outbacks to get to it. But then it's like a white sand beach where a lot of people go and they do a lot of, what do you call that? Four-wheeling or 4x4. stuff out there. I saw it on TV. They probably know exactly what I'm saying. I don't even know what it's called. Yeah, man, it's wide open, Eugene. So, what are you using Messenger on? Oh, it's the Great Barrier Reef. Is that what it is? I don't know what it is. I just know it's way out in the sticks, and you have to drive through a lot of like desolate area to get to it. But once it opens up to a just a beautiful beach. It runs along the coastline. It's in Australia. Yeah, that's okay. That is okay, Derek Galloway. I still appreciate you, bruh. I still appreciate you. I missed this earlier. Social Dig, did you check her for black eyes? What were you related or saying? Did I check her for black eyes, Paramarv? I don't know what you mean by that. Were you talking about my daughter? Oh no, yeah, no, wow. Yeah, crazy, dude. Creepy, creepy, creepy. I didn't check her for black eyes, though. I went and talked to her through the door. We didn't really open the door because we felt it was so weird for this to be like, this is weird. Like, where did this lady come from? And she's asking for to do things like use your shower and some money or some crazy stuff like that. I'm like, no. Looks like we have the Dog Man UK man in the building. How you doing?
Hello there. I just thought I would come and say hello to everybody because I didn't really get a chance to speak to anybody.
Loving the accent, man. Loving the
Howdy.
accent. Yeah, yeah, definitely. You can join the conversation. Let's talk about something. What do you want to talk about? Anything.
I
What do you
want to
got?
talk about. You were speaking earlier on, right? What you were saying, right, is the truth, right? About everybody in the community. What
Oh
we all need
yeah,
to do and help each other, right? And I respect that, and thank you very much, sir.
yeah, yeah. No problem at all. And I look for the people that feel the same way. It's just it's no agenda behind that. It's actually just something that would actually move the needle for humanity. Like if you're in this to care about and to care about where humanity goes from here, then this is a conversation that you should be wanting to have for sure. And Eugene, I really use my cell. Da, 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 da. Can I get you on Messenger? I don't think you can. Oh, well, let me see. Ann says, "Hey, Dogman UK, nice to hear your voice."
Hello, everybody in chat. It's nice to see you all. I jump a bit on the streams with you all, so I like to say, oh yeah, to you all. Good people.
Yeah, man, that's great. It's because I see you in the chat all the time, so it's wild to once I actually get to hear people's voices. It's like I see you all the time, like, and it's just a pleasure to actually be able to talk to you. So same thing with Juan. I mean, I see you guys in the Space Out Radio chat, and you guys always have something good to add to the conversation. Always good comments. I pay attention to all that stuff. That's why coming into this role, doing the hosting, I'm already at that point familiar with you guys in the chat. Like I've talked to you in the chat, or I kind of see where you're coming from, your angles based on what it is that you post. And so that's why I think it feels like a really natural transition for me. It's not like I have to learn everybody here. I already know you guys. Like we're already family. So
Hmm.
let me see.
Yeah, dog man, nice to hear you.
Nice to hear you, Zana.
That's wild, man. That's wild. I hope Dave watches this back. Dave,
Oh,
these are all the SORians, the space travelers. Like these are the people right here. You know what I mean? Like if we were all sitting in a room trying to further this agenda, this is what we would be doing. We would be conferencing like we're doing right now and trying to, move the needle. And who needs this here? So Eugene, I can try. Are you friends with me on Facebook? You can get me under Rob G. So if you find me on Rob G, you should be able to try to call me through there or send me a message so I can add you as a friend, and then I believe you should be able to call me at that point, and you can join in. You can join in here right now. Um, Pitty Man asks, "Where in the UK are you, dog man? I've been all over Scotland, but never heard that particular accent."
well, I come from near the Highlands in Scotland, and I stay in Lincolnshire, England.
Nice, man. I want to go there too, man. God, I want to go there too.
I'm in a hotspot. See, right where I am, the last 5 months has been crazy. You know that? I've seen things that I thought was in movies, right? Folklore, all that sort of stuff, right? I never thought it to be real.
Yeah, that's how I kind of came into this too. So, let me ask you: were these things that you've recently seen? Were these like the first round of things that you've ever seen, or have you seen things throughout your life?
Nothing my whole entire life. I've always been an outdoor person. I've always been traveling in the middle of nowhere, seen nothing. I've been here for 10 years in Lincolnshire, and I went for a walk one morning. It was about 10 to 5 in the morning. I was heading back to get ready for work after a 4 mile walk, and it was about 4 or 5 mile back in the fenlands, and I heard noises in the bushes, like screams and kind of like growl sort of things and that. And me being me, idiot, I should have went with my gut instinct and walked away, but no, I walked all the way over to there, and I literally almost did in my pants. Someone come crashing through it and chased me for miles.
Jeez.
I mean, miles, to the
How long
point.
ago was this?
About it was June the 13th
Damn. Okay.
this year. This is where it all started, June the 13th, and it followed me home. And for that, it was hell.
So June the 13th would have been the first time you or came to the
Ever.
understanding. Wow. That's
Ever.
like my story though. That's like mine's. My sighting happened August of last year, and the same as you. I'm a person that I drive. I will go out, and I still will today. I'll go out and take a drive at 11 o'clock at night just because I feel like doing that. I'll go to a lookout spot that overlooks the city just to think, and I'll do that sometimes at night. And I'm under the sky all the time, and it places where you would think you should see something and never ever did. I've been in the middle of nowhere plenty of times and never saw anything. And the first time I did was in the middle of a city, in the middle of the day at that, and that just happened a year ago. So prior to that, had no experience with anything. And then 2 months after that, the shadow person thing happened. So I'm resonating with you on that, and it's strange. And aren't you in a different place because there's people? So let me ask you this: so prior to that date, did you Were you at least open to these things being true?
Bigfoot, I was open to. Obviously, we're watching stuff since you're a kid. Nessie, obviously, being Scottish, not
Mm-hmm.
far from the Lochs in the Highlands. So I've been to them all. I've been all over Scotland. I walked majority every area in Scotland, and obviously UFO and ghost things. Obviously, kind of. I wouldn't say believe, but I kind of thought there was something there, right? But nothing
Yeah.
like what I've experienced now.
Yeah, and see that's the thing, and I have is part of the frustrating thing, and within ufology because people from the outside would just naturally when they and it's a shame. I have a show that I did about this where they just look at all of us in ufology as one big bucket of people who think they saw something, and it's not even that's not even true. There's actually subsets of this community. There are some people who are really on the extreme side of this who just will believe anything you tell them. There are some people who have credible sightings and are open to, being presented with evidence to take them one way or the other. And, they just assume everybody within ufology has already had an experience. But I know people that are in ufology that have still never had an experience. And for them, it's almost kind of sad because they are they are like thriving or just hoping to get just that one glimpse of something, and they just aren't getting it. And I sit right next to a person who believes in all this stuff just as much as I do, but they just have never seen anything, and they are just like hoping for the day, and the day may not come for them. There's people that go truthfully their entire lives and never see a single thing, and it's weird once you have seen something and now you're on this side of it, and then you think about, just like you stated, you've been all these places, you've gone your whole life, hadn't seen anything until just a few months ago. It's just
Yeah.
it's strange, and it's kind of like a dividing line within ufology, truthfully.
But what I didn't get is right. Everybody wants to go looking for them, right? They're already there. People just
Yes.
need to open their eyes, right? That's the thing in it, right? Is I've
Yes.
been blind my whole life, right? And now I see what's there. I experience
Yes.
it all the time. In the last 5 months, the stuff I've got right is unbelievable, right? Ruined my home. It's
And
just it's just all in my home. I get watched all the time. I walk a couple of 100 yards. I've got nests of them. I go a mile away. I could tell you where they are. I could photograph them. They present themselves and show themselves to me. That's Dog Man. And I've only recently found out I captured Bigfoot, the UK one, and that. Then I started seeing orbs in my back garden. And I started seeing stuff in the sky. It's just crazy. The last 5 months for me, I've just been a whirlwind, right? And unless you've had an encounter, right, you really don't know what it's really like. You could think you know, right? It's
right.
just, it messes you up. It plays with you. It could make you or break you. It
Yes.
destroys you.
Agreed. Agreed. And we want to welcome Maggie M10 to the conversation. Thank you for
I
coming,
got it
Maggie.
working. Can
Yay.
you hear me?
Yes, can hear you crystal clear. Thank you so much for coming. And
Welcome.
and before you
Hello,
come
Hi.
in,
Maggie.
I just want to address
Hiya.
the Paramar real quick, because Paramar said still hoping. So Paramar, thank you for sharing that actually. And here's what I would say. This is what I found out recently, and this is actually through Tim Senor. A lot of people, and like Dogman UK just said, really you just have to open your eyes. And I'm sure that sounds like patronizing probably to someone who hasn't seen anything, because you definitely are looking, I'm sure. But for sure, I would almost give you 100% on this, but nothing's 100%, so I give you 99.9. Get yourself a Psionics camera. I would actually say anyone who can afford one. I think the cheapest one is like $400, the monocular. You go outside with that for 30 days straight, and I can almost guarantee you're going to see something that is very strange. So still hoping, and so if you take the next step, and it goes to like some of the people who I ask, who say UFOs okay, they can't be here. There's no way. And these people, I ask them one simple question: have you looked up? Like, have you taken the camera and actually viewed the sky? No, and the answer is always no. But yeah, thank you for coming, Maggie M10. How are you?
I'm good, thank you.
All
Hi.
right. I can't believe it. It's just blowing my mind here. It got everybody. It's man. Thank you for coming.
It's just such a
So,
good show. I love it so much.
do you have something for us? Do you have a story? How about okay? Let's start here. Have you ever had a sighting?
Oh, anything just weird?
Yeah. Anything UFO, cryptid, anything along those lines?
I did see a UFO. Well, it's just an unidentified weird thing in the sky. That I believe may be a UFO. Um, it was the day after we did this meditation thing, but I carried it on sort of during the evening, and I went for a walk with my son, who's just turned 18, so he's fairly old.
Mm.
Um, and as we came down the hill towards our house, there's mountains out towards the west, and there was just a big flash. It was a big blue flash over the mountains. And then this very small, I mean, it looked like a satellite, like in perspective, flew straight over our heads, like directly over our heads. And it was going so fast that it couldn't have been a satellite or a plane or anything. It was too high up for a plane and going way too fast to be a satellite. Um, and it was just really weird. It was like something came out of the sky with a big blue flash and flew over our heads.
Wow. And when? How long ago was this? Or was this your first time seeing something?
It's the only time I've seen anything in the sky that was like that. That was about, I don't know, about a year and a half ago.
Oh wow. See, another case. Another case.
Yeah,
Yeah, that is amazing.
just
Actually,
weird. Yeah, my son saw it as well, so I had to corroborate him at the time. Like, he was like, "What was that?" I was like, "I don't know." But the
that's
weird thing
always
is,
good.
I had my phone in my hand, and I didn't even think to, I just didn't even think to. It happened so fast that you don't. People will always say, "Well, where's your footage or where's your photo?" But sometimes things happen so fast that you don't even have a moment to consider what you're seeing to be able to take a picture or to video it. It's just a big flash, and this thing flew over our heads.
Yeah, and you make a great point, and it's mainly because we're not programmed to do that. We're not programmed to catch weird things in the sky. We're not programmed. However, we can't program ourselves to do that. Like when
Yeah,
Long Island Mike came on the show, he brought up something really great and awesome that was like, okay, he said he practices his reaction, and it may sound crazy to do, but he just has his camera out when he's going somewhere where he thinks he may see something, and then he just uses muscle memory reaction to just take a picture, turn picture,
yeah,
turn.
yeah.
So I think if we program ourselves in that way, then a lot more people will catch these things. Because yeah,
Oh, I
you
agree.
don't think of it.
Yeah, when we park now in the bush, I put my camera on my body and I turn it on before I even leave the car.
Yeah, there you go. That's a good practice. Really, it really
Yeah.
is. Because and I say this all the time. If you had a camera like a GoPro or any sort of camera, and no one thinks to do this, just take a camera, point it towards the sky, and just leave it there. Let the film go, and then maybe come back and look at it. If people did that everywhere, then we would have like a network of cameras that were constantly watching the sky. Like, and it's as simple as that for us as just the normal people to collectively put something together, which is what the governments and NASA's supposedly are doing. And
Mm.
we would have so much data if we did that. Tom King, I'm not sure if you're familiar with Tom King, but he's invested a lot
Yeah, he's
into
been in
this.
the chat.
Yes,
is that
exactly.
the person that comes in the chat? Yeah.
Yes, and actually, on this channel, we did two shows. So if under there's a playlist on this channel on here, Social Dig, it's called Sky Watching. There's two videos. One of them is Tom King and Tim, and then they show their equipment and then what a budget setup would look like, and kind of go over tips for sky watching. I think they even show some things that they've captured. But the second video is Tom King by himself, and I have a friend who used to host with me on this channel, and he's an engineer, and he had actually built this device that's able to detect. It's called a muon detector, which is way above my head as far as what it does, but it supposedly detects like some of the either radiation or things that come off of end up coming off a craft at the end of the day, and it has a buzzer on it to where if it detects certain levels, then you technically should be able to look up and see something. So it's a real tricky little
Wow.
device, exactly. And so
Wow.
he built that for Tim, and they actually Tim has that as part of his arsenal now, because Tim has the UAPRG, the UAP research group, where they have some vehicles that they have outfitted with equipment and in these muon detectors, and they go across the country trying to catch these things on camera. But Tom King, on the first video, he shows his whole setup. This guy has full time in like a glass dome cameras on his roof full time,
Ruth, yeah.
and he
Yeah.
has a command center in his house with screens all over the wall, where he's able to just sit in his house and look at the sky. And he's caught so many objects up there, like tic tac sort of things, that it's crazy. So going over to Paramarv, Dad, that's all we got to do, really, is all we have to do is look up. If you look up long enough, you're going to catch them, because they are here. They're definitely here all the time. You know what I mean? So that's what I would say to because I feel some kind of way. I feel compassion for people that are in ufology with us that have never had that experience of having a sighting, because it changes you. It really does, to actually see the thing and say that's not from this planet, and just that whole what it does to your. And that's why we do on this channel the science fiction, the science fact movie, because that whole new mind state that you have after you have seen these things, then it kind of gives you, a different perspective when you go back and look at a lot of different things, movies in particular, too. But yeah, so that's me rambling. But yeah, I'm so glad to have you on, Maggie, and love your accent. Love the Aussie accent. Awesome. What part of Australia you from? Oh, she may have stepped away.
She
Love the
accidentally muted
accent
me.
though. Yeah. Aussies, love the accents. UK, Ireland, Dogman UK is a killer accent. Um, Me and you, Juan, we're just Americans, man. We don't really nothing special about how we talk, right? Everybody else gets the fancy accents.
I have to start dropping some Spanish.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Now, or go down south and get a little southern twang or something like that. At least
Yeah,
something.
that's why I like this community a lot. There's so many different people I've met from all over the world. I'm actually really good friends now, like best friends with someone
Yeah,
from Scotland.
yeah. I mean, when you look at this right now, this is a representative just sitting on this panel right now. If
Yeah,
you looked at a globe and realized where all these individuals are tuning in from and sharing these ideas from, it just blows your mind, dude.
definitely.
I'm I feel blessed to even be able to be in this community like this, man. I'm just being truthful, man. Just
Oh
just
yeah.
truthful as a human, man. As just a human, truthfully. Yeah, this is awesome, man. I want to hear. So Maggie said that was her only sighting, but then it's just another case of, a lot of people, going their whole life not seeing anything, and then now seeing things, and now they're locked in. Like, dude, I've seen something. Welsh. She's British. Is she?
I thought she was English. Do you know that? I thought she was for England.
Yeah. Oh, she's a permanent resident in Australia from England. Well, to be fair, Australian and English accents, they're different, obviously, but when you're from America, they sound similar. Oh, that is British. Well, thank you, Welsh, for coming through. Yeah, thank you so much for coming. Anyone who's here who hasn't subscribed, please consider subscribing. We're getting this call-in thing off the ground, and we've actually had a couple great conversations over the last two shows. So I think this is something that should for sure continue to go, because I don't know of any other place in ufology where people can have a conversation. Just being truthful, you look around, and I just don't see a place. And I think the conversation needs to be had in other places than just the chat, because sometimes you can't get the meaning across through just typing words. You know what I mean? And feel the inflection tone in your voice when you tell your story. You know what I mean? Like Juan, when you went into detail, you could like feel that. That would have never come across as well in the chat.
Like I said, I have to go into. I remember too much. I because of just even childhood memories. I'll say it back to my mom and go into detail. She's like, "How do you remember everything?" I mean, there's times that because I remember so much, I'll miss some important parts. So I gotta get that down a little bit better.
Yeah, don't worry about that.
It's been a while since I've shared some of my stories, but once I get comfortable and going, everything kind of just falls into peace, and then I start relaxing.
Yeah, don't worry. I mean,
it's a little nerve-wracking, man, to be here and then to speak to everyone and then having them to hear you.
Well, the good thing is, I guess, just for the talking part of it, I mean, just the memory part of it, obviously, may be a good reason to write it down. Somebody, you say, oh, this is something I'll never forget, but you know how the mind can go and things can change. So maybe cataloging it. Luckily, I have mine on video, or I would be doing the same thing.
Right. And I thought of that too. I said, if I'm going to be talking about some of these in detail, I should probably write them down.
Yeah.
Or even bullet points. I'm not saying like the whole story, just in bullet points where everything is in line.
Well, no, exactly. Welsh is British, and then Maggie M10 is from Essex, to be precise. Don't know a lot about England, but I will be looking up Essex. So where do you reside currently? I guess in Australia. That's a huge continent. I think I'll only, and it just shows my ignorance to. Yeah, I haven't really looked in, that much. I just know Sydney. I know of a couple cities, and I know the what is that? The secret military bases there. I know that's there, Pine Gap, and I really know, and it's a shame, really, that I don't know more than that. But that is all I know.
Well, I was just about to say, this is only the second time I've ever been in chat with anybody. Do you know that? I was in LIB Mike's chat, and this is the second time I've ever done it.
Oh, that you've been in a show's chat or talked? Okay.
Yeah. Well, no, the chat. I mean, talked.
Oh, okay. You talked on Mike's channel on a bit. Oh, nice.
But not in detail, because I've not really shared my stuff with people. Only what I've shared on my channel.
Man, I'm the proponent of everyone's sightings matters. And I want to hear everyone's, because it's the whole collective. Like, think about if we never heard of aerial school, or a lot of the ones that we come to know. Just think if no one told their story. Like, where would we even be if no one told their story? If everybody just kept their story to themselves, we would have nothing to go off of. You know what I mean? So it took someone to come out at some point to start doing that and cataloging the stories. And just because your sighting or my sighting isn't as big as Ariel School doesn't mean that it doesn't matter. Every sighting should be cataloged and be added to the discussion. And a lot of people might feel that way. They might feel like, well, hey, I just saw some lights in the sky. That's all I saw. No, actually, that means a lot, because that corroborates someone else's story. You know what I mean? So, and I think that's exactly what it is, and how we're able to, how important we are to each other, because this whole thing is a movement for humanity. We are all that. That's exactly what we are. And so everyone's story is gonna be what helps us go towards the goal, man. And so, yeah, and that's why I encourage everyone. Maggie came on. I can't believe that Maggie came on, and I see Maggie in the chat all the time. She always supports the social dig, and I appreciate her for that as well. And it's just so great to hear the human side of the support. I just love it. It just, as a creator, it's just a crazy spot to be in, just to be able to do that. So,
Well,
truthfully,
thank you very much, sir, for your help. And what you were speaking earlier on, right, is the
yeah,
exact truth. Do you know that? I heard that. Oh, that's why I jumped in here. Do you know that?
love it,
To say thank you.
love it, man. I appreciate that. That is wow. And that's the thing. I mean, if you only knew, this is just, I'm just being me, you know, I'm just being me. I'm not attempting to be someone that, and I think that's what this whole thing needs. Like, there's a lot of egos in ufology, and there's no place for that. There's no space for that. There in is it all, as Maggie knows, is humanity first here, and that's how it has to be. Like, I'm a human just like you, just like everybody sitting here. No different. Bleed same blood, want the same thing. I just happen to have a platform to be able, and I think that's a good thing, actually. And that's why I even think it's great that I have it here at the Social Dig, but it's even greater now that the reach is so much more over at Spaced Out Radio. And I think it's a win-win-win. It's a win-win for everybody involved, including those who want to get to disclosure. Because if believe me, if you put me in front of enough people, this is what I would be saying. The same stuff I'm sitting here talking to you guys about. I would be saying these same things if I had even the world's. If they gave me an interview on a national news outlet, or just any way where I could just talk to everybody at one time, this is what I would be saying to them. I would be saying the exact same things. You know what I mean? And it's just things that hopefully wake people up and and make people realize, like, dude, like, when you look at humanity's history, it's a long history, and we know of different times in history where things could have went left or they could have went right, forks in the road in our past as humans. And we made a choice to go whichever way at that time. Now that we're at another fork in the road now, like, this is the actual current day, one of the big moments that'll be in the books thousands of years, about a choice that we could have made, going left or right, and which way we're going to go. And currently, if we don't have people trying to get out there and help get us directed, or direct us on the path, or wake people up, then we may go down that road that sets us back for another few thousand years. And that's kind of where we're at. The government would hope that that's what we do. But we can't let that happen. Like, it's so important. This isn't even for us. We may be able to see part of this happening, or hopefully be here to see the first moments of ET contact, the actual direct contact, as being a normal thing on a normal basis. But even it's not really for us. It's for 100 years down the line, when we have great great grandchildren here that are really taking over the world that we leave for them. You know what I mean? And that's kind of it really is one of those pivotal moments in humanity's history where we have to make the right choice. We have to do it right. We can't afford to not, because we can't go back and change the mistake. So knowing that ahead of time and being prepared, that's why I ask a lot of shows, I ask a lot of hosts, you're talking disclosure, you talk the narrative, you cover the topics, but what happens when disclosure comes? Like, your bread and butter is being buttered off the fact that we may have disclosure at some point in time. Okay, but when that day gets here, which could be tomorrow, we could have a sky full of spaceships tomorrow when we wake up tomorrow morning, and then disclosure is here. Okay, but what's your plan after that? And a lot of hosts who have the power to talk to people who matter don't have an answer for that. And I think that's a shame. No, there is no game plan for humanity once disclosure gets here. No one has sat down to talk about it. No one has sat down to formulate a plan. And that's kind of what we're doing. So appreciate it. Thank you. And that's just speaking from the heart, man. Nothing is scripted.
Definitely.
That's just really, I really care about humans, period. And that's where I'm at. And I know you guys too. That's why you guys are freaking here, because you care about humanity as well. You care about where this goes. Like, it really matters to you, and it should. And hopefully it matters to these. And that's why I was happy that the whistleblower thing happened recently. A lot of people were like, oh, well, we'll never hear what they said. It's all going to be in a skiff. Well, and that's not really the important part of that. The important part was that you had 30 to 50 individuals that made a choice to go ahead and say something about this, because hopefully they're understanding how this affects, like the same conversation we're having, how this would affect humanity going forward. So that's the bright side of that whole, situation. So I'm glad. I'm just, I always look for the silver lining and stuff and how it can help. And I think that was a move in the right direction. So hopefully we get there, man. Yeah, go ahead.
I want to second what Deborah said earlier at the beginning of the show, that we really do appreciate you, because I was not popping in much on the weekends anymore. There was kind of like a period of time where it was kind of getting stale. Right. And I said, oh, I guess I have to find something else to do. And then when I saw the switch, not anything against Marquis or anything, but it does seem like you brought up more life to it now.
Yeah, I appreciate that, man.
And I'm sure everyone appreciates it, because the energy's different. I think people, from judging from just the live chat, people really seem to enjoy the call-in.
And here's what, and I appreciate that one. And I think this is really what it is. And this is not a knock on Marquise at all, because I think Marquise is a very intelligent guy.
Definitely.
I think he's very well spoken. But here's what this thing has to come from the heart. This has to come from the heart. This can't come from the brain. This can't be something that's analytical. This has to be something that is literally coming from your soul, and your ability to do this has to really be. It has to be genuine. They have a saying, which is called in the urban areas is called "real recognizes real," and that's what it is. So it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter where you're from in the world. It doesn't matter. if you're a real person, then you can resonate with another real person, period.
Mhm.
And I think that's really what it is. You know what I mean? You have a lot of hosts that grandstand and want to seem like they're this, or you know what I mean? But I'm just walking up here as a real person, having real conversations, and that's just all it is. You know what I mean? So if we met, I feel like I could sit down and have a beer with you, Juan. I feel
Yeah.
like I can have a beer with Dogman UK. Like
Oh,
it
yeah.
literally, like if we were to meet, aside from this show, if you didn't know me through this show, and we just happen to meet each other, when you get a feeling about a person. You know what I mean? Like, man, this is a good person right here.
Yeah.
That's how I project myself, because that's how I want to be received. You know what I mean? So I feel like, besides this show, if I met any one of you guys just out on the streets, being a genuine real person, and you were doing the same, that it would be a friendship there. You know what I mean? So, and that's
Yeah.
kind of how I feel about everybody out here.
I'll take
Mhm.
my hat off to you for saying that, sir. I'm at work right now. My boss has whipped me off for an hour so I could jump in here. Do you know that?
Oh wow,
That's how
that's nice.
that's how dedicated I am to this, right?
That's nice, man. I love to hear that. And man, I'm gonna tell you this. It Like I said, we're here. It's 15 people here right now, small group. But what you just said really matters to me, and it actually, you're doing this for the future of humanity. Like, whether you realize that or not, like your participation in anything that you have to do to add to what this thing is, whether it's here or whether it's anywhere, is going towards benefiting everyone. You know what I mean? Everyone out there in the world, period. So I just want to let you know that, you know what I mean? And I really appreciate, any sacrifices that have been made to come talk tonight, and or to come listen in. And I just hope that let's just share it. You know what I mean? Because we know other people need to hear the same thing, not just because I'm saying it. I don't feel that way. I don't feel like I'm any special person with the words that I say. I'm just speaking from the heart, and I don't feel like I'm doing anything special, but humanizing with other humans, man. You
But do you
know,
see what you just said there, right? If there were more people like you in this community, right, and everybody helping each other, right, there wouldn't be so much divide and so much hate and so much let's attack the little guy.
right,
Do you know
right,
that?
right.
Because there are a lot of divide going on here. I got attacked. I'm just a little person who's trying to share to try and help people, right? And
Mhm.
I got attacked on a daily basis because I share everything. I don't charge anybody. I don't do nothing. I do it to help myself and I do it to help others. And that's it.
Yes, exactly.
Yep. Yep.
And it's not. And here's the thing with that. And I'm glad you said that, because what that further shows is that, because we're just finding that out. You just shared that with us now, so we had no clue about that fact. But I bet you everybody else involved or is sitting here right now probably has the same outlook. And those type of people don't find each other without it being some sort of like a some sort of unspoken thing that brings people together. I don't know if you understand what I mean by that,
I
but
understand.
and it's like people are drawn together, like, and that's good though, because there's others out there that we need to have in here as well, that feel that same way. The people that just care about people. I said that today. I said that today because my story on getting to this point, I wasn't. I'm a musician by trade, so
Nice.
um,
Way.
Yeah, and so and I think I told this story before, but this is a true story right here, and that's the one thing with me. You'll never get there's never anything that's made up. Like I'm so genuine that there's never a situation where I'm embellishing or just making something up. This is literally how this came to be. So about 5 years ago, you just hit certain points in your life where you're like you sit and you look at where you're at, and then if you're a real person, then you're like, how can I better myself? How can I do things to help other people? Like you just said a moment ago. And my question to myself was like, what can I do to help benefit, like affect humanity? And I didn't know. I had no clue. I had no answer for that. So I tried to use my mind to figure that out. So I wrote down a list of things like, hey, this would be a thing that you could do to help. This would be a thing. And it was things like, go educate kids, or, like go be a teacher for a kindergarten class and help shape the minds of future, things like that. But those things weren't the things that I was supposed to be doing. So the camera that I use right now for my show, because I said, you know what, one day I just want to do a YouTube channel. Didn't know what I wanted to do. I had the camera for like 5 years, never did anything with it. Then there was one day, this literally happened. I walked in, I was going into a Walmart out here in the city I live in, and they have sometimes solicitors in the front that when you walk in, they give you something or try to talk to you about something. So I'm on my way in. There was no one in front of the store. There was because usually I'm in a rush and there's signing petitions and things like that. And I don't really get into politics and stuff, so I never really participate in that. So I'm looking out for that. So I go in the store. I'm getting out the car. I park literally 20 feet away from the entrance of the store. Got a real nice parking spot. Get out the car, and I walk into the store, and it seemed like, and I obviously this couldn't be. These were people, two gentlemen. Literally felt like they came out of nowhere and intercepted me before I got to the door. And they were from a church, some local church, and they were just saying,
Did we lose him?
Are we here?
Hello?
Hello?
Oh, hello.
I can hear you guys. I can hear you, but I can't hear Rob.
Yeah, I think Rob went silent.
Okay.
Did
What
you
happened?
or were you just quiet?
I was quiet.
Oh, okay. Wow, that was the most quiet
But
I've ever heard
Rob's
somebody. You scared me for a second.
Sorry. Oh no, I don't know what to do.
I appreciate you guys.
Yeah.
I'm glad.
Okay, so sorry. Now?
Because I see you guys.
Okay.
I see you mostly, Maggie, in the chat, and you're always saying hi to me.
Yeah. Yeah, you're cool.
Today, I think it's the first day I met you, dog, man.
Well, nice to meet you. And as you know, I'm not a real dog man. I'm a Scottish dog man.
Is the YouTube still working? Can someone say if the YouTube's still working on the chat? Can you hear us?
Yes.
I've never done nothing like this before, so I ain't got a clue how to look at chat, how to do nothing. All I know is put dog man right and put a picture. That's it. That's all I know.
Thank you. Okay, so we're still on, but Rob's disappeared. But I just want to say, like, the social dig is so awesome because the way that Rob does it is like he doesn't assume everybody knows everything, so he explains everything from the bottom up. And I've only been doing it a couple of years, so like the way he explains it, it's like I've got bits of information, but he joins the dots up. You know what I mean? Like, because it goes from like the bottom to the top of every single encounter. It goes through it in great detail. I absolutely love it here. It's just awesome. It fills
Oh
my
yeah.
gaps in my knowledge.
Hey guys, can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh,
Yep.
okay. I'm sorry. Yeah, my internet dropped me out. That's weird.
Oh.
Very strange that it did that mid sentence. Okay, so let me go ahead and take these headphones off. Okay, so let me finish this story. So yeah, okay, very strange, right? So they swooped in on me. They gave me the card, and I considered. I said maybe I'll go because it seemed like a sign. So I didn't go though. I didn't end up going. However, from that moment, there were so many doors that opened for me though, like things that I didn't ask for. Like literally 6 or 7 different events where it could have went the other way, but it went in a positive way. Like, and you don't have. I've never experienced that type of luck consecutively. I'll just say luck because the only thing I can think of. But consecutively, I'll call it blessings. 6 or 7 in a row, just back to back to back to back to back. Then one day, I found there was a. I used to be on a show. Magneticus knows this is where he met me first. Was on a show with a guy called Roderick Martin, and I was there. That I saw him one day, actually. Hold on, looks like will it let me back in? Hold on. Okay, think I'm back in. Hold on, let me get on there. Back on my mic.
It's all so quiet. Shh. Shh.
Oh, he's gone again.
Yep.
I didn't add myself to the stage. Wow. Okay.
Well, it's
Can you hear
nice
me
to
now?
meet you all.
Yes.
You know,
Thank you.
respect to you.
Thank you. Thank you. So here's what happened, right? So I was on a show called, well, to get on the show, I was watching YouTube one day because I was interested in the subject of ufology. I hadn't had my sighting yet. And I saw this guy and I was like, man, I was seeing some things that I could probably help him with. And I was just really gonna link up with him to say, hey, there's a couple things I was looking at with the presentation. I do production and was going that route. Ended up being on his show as like a co-host almost. So that door opened up. That brought me into. I had no intention on being a host of anything. And so we did that there. And what I found is that show, because but as I entered that show, I literally a month later had my sighting, so it changed me. So my outlook on this subject, and I was like, that's when I was awoken to the fact that, man, this is real, and this needs to be. Everybody needs to know about this. So I took a turn in how I was approaching it, and I would tell the host of that show. I asked him one day, how would you present this? Like take the subject that you want to present for your show, and then tweak it into how, like, since you have a podium to stand on, how could this help humanity? And I asked him that, and he looked at me, really didn't understand, why you would want to go that path. And so I ended up taking it on my own. I said, well, I could probably just create a show on my own. And then here we are today. But leading up to this point, so many doors opened up back to back to back to back, not related to ufology, that actually, made me be in a healthy state of mind to be able to be in the position to now then do what it is that we're doing here. So totally real experience. And that, I just thought I'd share that with you guys because I know
Nice.
You guys are supporters, and I really appreciate it. And that's just want to let you know that. So, yeah. So that's me.
You do this every day, right? Or do you take?
In what aspect?
Oh, just like you do. You like. I know you do the SOR on Saturdays and Sundays, but you have your
Mm-hmm.
own show going on even
Yes.
after hours. But then also during the week.
Yes.
Okay.
I've kind of had to slow down over here because we were rebuilding the whole show. We're still actually doing that over there.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
my time has been kind of all taken over there. But I figured, okay, the after hours, the call in shows actually just a great way to get people to get together and talk. So this could then supplement some of the activity that we have, that we're lacking over on this channel right now. So I keep having to push out my shadow person video because the detail that I, when I have to research all this stuff and put it together, I'm just not having the time really to do it at the moment. But I want to make sure that this channel doesn't die because
Hmm.
the true thing, the direction and the meaning for this channel has to continue. Like the mission isn't over. So, you know, and if you look back, that's what a lot of these shows are, and that's why Maggie already knows. We do this for positive progression humanity, which is just what the truth. You know what I mean? So you look back from the very first episode, we started out rough on my editing and all that, but you'll see how the show has progressed. But the topics is kind of where I make sure I try to make sure that the topics are gonna be ones that really push the conversation. And then so when you look back on what we've done so far, it's like, okay, there's a decent catalog of really good conversations, and that's kind of what we're trying to build over here.
Nice.
Yeah.
That's very nice. Respect to you.
Appreciate it, man.
Yeah,
Appreciate
I
it. Like I
respect.
said, with Spaced Out Radio, is one of those things where Dave kind of fell in my lap like another person who cares about people, and this kind of just happened like that. Like I didn't apply for uh for a role to replace Marquise. That was never never the intent. But business is business. I have nothing to do with that side of it. But I just what I do feel like is that once again a door opened to further this thing that it is that we're sitting here talking about tonight. So, and that you guys were actually witness to that happening. So, yeah, literally the story of life. And like I said, yeah, Dave is an amazing person, and there's no doubt about it. I mean, just like Dogman UK sat right here and explained to everyone the type of person that he is the exact same type of person Dave is, which furthers my belief that people who feel like that are drawn together. You know what I mean? Like an unspoken thing. And yeah, I think that's actually the whole community of Spaced Out Radio, I'm finding out, is that way. So I really think Spaced Out Radio and the Social Dig have the same, you know what I mean? It's the same sort of thing going on. And I think that's why it works.
Yeah, I've gotten a chance to see everyone's different personalities, but we have a lot in common as individuals with each other.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
And a lot of people who I see through the because I pay attention to everyone. I actually do read all the comments, the ones that I can at least catch really fast when the chat isn't blowing up. And I
Mm-hmm.
see a lot of them. They want to share their stories. They're encouraged to share their stories because they see that we're all the same when it comes to experiencing things or wanting to experience the same things. Having the courage to talk about it.
Exactly. And even to go further, right? So I'm sure once again you guys have probably all been in chats of other shows,
Hmm.
but then in Spaced Out Radio chat, usually when someone new comes into that chat, the first thing that they recognize is the fact that there's something different going on in this chat. That's the first thing they always say because I'm always watching the chat,
Hmm.
and that's the first
Definitely.
thing. The first thing that they feel like, hey, this is like, this is a cool place. Like, man, I like these guys here. This is great. You guys are great over here. And that's how I felt coming into the chat as well, because I'm a chat person. I was in there with you guys in the chat, and that's how I came in there feeling too. Like, hey, man, these guys, all these people in here are really cool people, really. And it's not just by mistake, man. It's not by mistake, man. People, like-minded people, are drawn together. Some unspoken force of nature is what it is. You know what I mean? But it's good because these are the type of people that are going to be the ones to help move this conversation forward. So that's the beautiful thing about it, you know. So I'm just glad to be part of the community, man, and be able to, glad to be able to be friends with all of you, and and getting to know you guys, and really realizing that, yeah, these are the people that I thought they were. And it's literally been that way for every single person yet. Like, we only have 15, well, we 13 at this point, but every person that's come on this line and talked, I feel the same way about. You know what I mean? And I'm sure the others that'll come later, it'll be the same thing too. So I just really like being around you guys, man, and feeding off your energy is what it is. I
Yeah,
think that's a good way to put it.
definitely. And just yeah, what I've noticed is just it's a reflection as to who Dave and you are as well. Because if that community keeps growing, you're only attracting the people that really want to be here.
Yes, thank you, Juan. Well
Oh,
said.
definitely. I love
Yeah.
Spaced Out Radio. I listen to it before I go to my work, right? I stay up all night, right? Researching and try to help people and that, right? And going round everybody and supporting everybody, right? Then I go to work. 14 hours I work during the week, 14 hours a day. And I always listen to Spaced Out Radio before I go to work and say hello to everybody and that. And he always mentions everybody, Dave, and
Yes.
everybody's always kind. It's always a nice place to come before all the hate. I love it. So
Yes.
respect to you all.
Yes, and I guarantee you, if you poll every person, if you, the people that are here right now, if you poll everyone else, you're gonna come to the determination that it's exactly the same. Oh, Nicole Coley has just stopped through the chat, stopped in to say goodnight. I will be back up in an hour sending love. All right, Coley. Yeah, I mean, I would love to have you. Maybe you come on the next one, and yeah, you have a great rest of your night.
She's awesome too.
She is. And once again, it's one of those situations. Getting to know her, I'm feeling the same way about her as well. So it it's above me. It's above my pay grade. To understand how this is. I mean, we all know, I'm sure, how this all comes together. Have an idea, but I can't explain it, man. I can't explain it, And I'm just glad to be in a position to say the things that I'm able to say. You know what I mean? And then to find out that like-minded people resonate with it. It means a lot because the energy that I put into it, that's life. That's life force. Giving. It's like if you stand up and you stand on a corner somewhere, and you walk around to help the homeless or just to do some good deed, and the energy that you put out there to do that, that's the type of same energy that I'm putting out for this in this whole thing. You know what I mean? So I'm just glad to know that it's received and then reciprocated. Like people are appreciative of that, and that it's actually helping things. You know what I mean? So that just makes me feel really good. So I really appreciate you guys saying the things that you say. There is no ego here with me, so none of this is to ever boost any egos at all. You know, I'm a person. I've been around celebrities my whole life and things. You know, there's that part of me is not there. You know what I mean? The part that would be an ego, it's just not there. So, period. I'm just Rob. You know what I mean? So at the end of the day, I'm Rob. Hi, how are you doing? Nice to meet you.
Well, thank you, Rob.
Yeah,
I
thank you.
respect you, and I respect everybody else.
Likewise.
It's nice to have somewhere to come aside everybody, right? And actually have a place to feel safe, that you can talk to people, right? Without getting scrutinised and attacked and bullied. It really means a lot.
Exactly. I mean, you just said it. Social media obviously is a bad place, and toxic place at times, depending on where you land or where you end up. I've been in, and I don't even want to say any names of any other shows, but there's other places in this community that are very toxic places. Their chats are just
Ugh.
abusive and very bad places to be. The energy is not great. I will give you a hint, and why, and it was the reason why. I don't know if anyone noticed this, but uh, on Dave's show maybe a week or so ago, Wes Decker was in the chat, and W Decker, and I just sent him a message. I said, "Man, it is great having you in this community." I just sent him a message, just random message. Never talked to him before, but I told him it's great to have you here in this community because from what I know of him, you know, he's that type of person as well. And this community is really where he belongs. And I think he's found a home here as well. So, but yeah, you know, he came from a place that isn't the greatest place to be as far as chat goes. I've been over there, and it can be nasty at times. So, night and day experience from there, and then going to Spaced Out Radio, and that's a fact.
Yeah, that's how I ended up here too. Actually, I was going into.
Were you over there too, Juan? Maybe you were, because I know I've seen your
I don't
screen
want to
name.
say any names, but
yeah, we're not gonna say no name. But I think I've seen your screen name over there though. Yeah. Okay.
It was never like that.
Yeah.
And so I was like, and all of a sudden you could start seeing change, and that's how I started moving more towards this side. And then once I found Dave, I was like, this is so much more my pace.
Yes. Yeah. I did the exact same thing you did, Juan. I used to be over there a lot, and it was cool at one point, I thought, but then things started getting really weird. You know, not a lot of love happening, and that's
where the egos
about the
actually
time I
play
found
in.
Dave. Say again?
I said that's where all the egos go.
Right. That's what exactly.
You got them bickering, you got them fighting, you got them saying nasty stuff to each other. If you don't agree with them, they kick you out, they block you.
Oh,
You can say the simplest thing, and it's just chaotic.
I've experienced that. I'm on the new to all this. Like, you are all used to all this. I'm only a few months into all this, right? And the things I've seen, thank God I'm an outsider, right? And I think for myself, right? And I see what's going on, right? And I'm not involved in any clicks or anything, right? Because it is a nasty place, YouTube, right? For people when they're new to it all, right? When you get targeted and you just get singled out, or if you don't agree with them, they kick you out their channel. That's not a place where you want to come. It discourages you. It just makes you feel what's gone on in the last couple of weeks, right? What I've seen, right? And the hate, right? And what people's doing to people, right? They should be ashamed. I thought there might be laws to stop all that. Do you know that? I thought
Mhm.
I thought there might be protections. Do you know that?
Wow.
You know, but there is cliques that form and then they stick among the little group, and some of them have power to dictate.
Yes, but how could they dictate to a little guy like me, right? I'm Scottish, right? I don't care what anybody says, right? I'll tell them straight, right? There's the difference between everybody else and me, right? As I've got a free thinking mind, right? And I
Hmm.
support
Love it.
people, right? But I don't take no crap either because in real life, right, it would be ended quicker than you went boom if that happened, right? But I'm a nice guy. I don't want hate in my heart. I just want love, and I want to give love to everybody else. I
Yeah,
just
and
thought I
see,
would say that.
no, and that's great, man. That is actually great because that just goes further to the problem that we have, or I don't say problem, the challenge that we have in trying to actually get everyone to come together. Because of reasons like that, and because of cliques and egos and things like that, you have a lot of people who might think differently, like think for themselves, like you're saying, dog man. People that if you pulled them away from that area and talk to them away from there, they may see things or even view things the way that we're sitting here discussing now. And then the challenge is like, how do you get to those people? Because those people are going to matter in, the overall scope of trying to get to where we're going to go. And that's why I said to, when I appeared on Dave's as a guest over the summer, and I think I said that, like, there should be, there really, really should be, it like at least once a month, all the hosts of every show within ufology need to get together and maybe rotate podcasts. Maybe show up on this guy's show this time. Everybody shows up there, then everybody shows up, and you just rotate, because the message has to be the same. It needs to be the direction of the message that you are giving to your viewers needs to be the same across the board. And if the hosts would get past egos and agree to, if you care about humanity, then there should be no question. You should say, yeah, that's a great idea. We should definitely be doing that. Let's start that now. and
Yes,
and and but the hosts that have the egos aren't going to do that, because really all they care about are their maintaining their base, maintaining their monetization, and just things that have nothing to do with getting the needle moved to. So that's why I had to give Wes and reach out to him, because specifically because he, the thing I'm talking about, getting people, those other people away, because truthfully, I'm just saying it, it's cult like mentality when you're under a situation like that. And when you can get, just like with any cult, when you can get the people away from that situation, you can usually talk to them. You know what I mean? And they're able to receive what it is that you're saying. So I just commended Wes, because we need more Wes's to defect from the thing that's really the distraction, the thing that's kind of pushing people, away from getting to where it is that we should, the distractions. I'll just leave it at that. But I know you know exactly what I mean when I say that. So,
Hmm.
well said, sir. Well said.
Hmm.
yeah. So here's the thing. So we can do this. We're just about to hit the 4 hour. I know we did that last time. So what we'll do is we'll get ready to end this in about a few minutes here.
Sure.
But I want this to be a thing that we continue to do. So during the week, Monday through Friday, I definitely want to do this. Because it just makes sense to do it right after the after hours show, Saturday, Sunday, for sure. So definitely we'll do this next weekend, Saturday and Sunday. Let me see. Okay, yeah, Saturday and Sunday next week. And then throughout the week, maybe we'll pick a day, we're feeling it. We're going to be in the chat anyway. So if we're all in there and we're talking, and we're in Dave's chat, and she got kicked out of the stream. Oh, Maggie. We're about to wrap it up, though, right now, Maggie. But I would love, actually. Oh, you sub. Thank you, Welsh. I really appreciate that. I really appreciate that. So yeah, during the week, Monday through Friday, if we're in the chat and there's something that we're in the chat talking, you guys want to do a call in, just let me know. I can activate the thing immediately and we can come over here and do it. Because truthfully, I do it 7 days a week if it helped move the needle. So I'm open to it. You guys just let me know what you want to do. As long as people are here to talk, I'll open it up and we can do this. So you guys just keep me posted. Yeah, let me know.
I just want to say, right, before we go, right, the reason why I'm up here right now is because I heard your message. I felt what you were saying, right? I heard it all, right? Your words that were coming through clear, right? Everything you were saying, right, was correct. That's why I come up here, right, to give you recognition and say thank you very much.
I love that, man. Coming from a real person, man. One real person to another, and I feel that. You know what I mean? Even it's great that you're verbalizing it and saying it, but I feel it. You know what I mean? And just so you guys know that I feel the love. You know what I mean? The support, just even over at Spaced Out Radio. I feel the support. I feel it. You know what I mean? And it's that, like I said, it's that same unspoken thing that brings everybody together, that has brought us all together, is that same unspoken thing. I feel the appreciation in the part that I'm playing in this. So, yeah, I really appreciate that, dog, man. UK and Area 51, same thing. You've expressed some of the same things today as well. Eugene in the chat has done the same. Hey, I'm just blessed to be able to do it. I'll do it as long as it takes us to get to where we're going. This isn't obviously the last time we're going to talk. The conversation we have next time, it'll be more of this. More of the real conversation, and you guys pick the topic next time.
Well, thank you for all you do, and thank you for everybody in the chat, and thank you to Spaced Out Radio. And these are all great people, and as I say to everybody, oh yeah, you got a double oh yeah for me, right? That's not just an oh yeah, that's an oh yeah.
Oh yeah, I love that, dog, man.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. And now here's the thing, dog, man. Now every time I see your name in the chat, I'm not gonna not think of your accent. I'm just not. I'm gonna read the words that you're saying in the chat, and I'm gonna play it in my mind with your accent. It's gonna be crazy going forward. It's gonna be definitely different. It's gonna be different for me.
I think this is the only time, right? I usually swear a lot because of my accent, where I come from. We swear a lot, right? Because it's a way of expressing ourselves. But
yeah,
this is the first time I've never swore in a long time.
Yeah, me too.
That's awesome. That's awesome. And I'll tell you the truth. That's the same thing I do too. Like, I don't purposely not curse on during shows. Like, oh man, I gotta remember not to curse. The message doesn't come through the same if you take that path. It doesn't come out that way anyways, because the message doesn't contain any of those words. You know what I mean? And I think that's really what it is. So when you're speaking the truth and you're doing what it is, like what we're doing now, those words aren't part of that conversation. So that's why they don't happen, and that's why you're subconsciously not doing it. You know what I mean? And I found that myself. You go watch all my shows, you're pressed to find anything close to a curse word, and it's not because I'm like, oh man, I can't cuss. It's just that the message doesn't require that to be part of the vocabulary. And I think that's exactly what that is, dog man.
Well, thank you very much for making me feel welcome. I felt that welcome. I had to come up and say to you, thank you.
And I hope this ain't the last time, dog man. So we'll be back
Oh,
here,
no.
and yeah. So you see people like my guy. I'm gonna say he's my guy out there because he is my guy. He's been around. He promotes the show in a lot of various places. Derek Galloway, you are my guy.
Oh, Derek.
But you're gonna have to get on this damn mic, man.
Yeah,
You're
tell
gonna have
Derek
to.
I'm going to eat his chickens. He better keep his coop closed.
Yeah, you heard that, Derek. If you didn't, I'm gonna make sure you replay because that's the excellent soundbite from Dogman UK. So yeah, love it. So okay, guys. So this is where I'm gonna go ahead and wrap up the show,
Definitely. Thank you
and
again.
we'll do it again.
Thank
All
you
right,
again.
well, thank you very much, everybody, and goodbye. Oh, yeah.
Thank you.
Signing out.
Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah.
All right, Area 51, man. Appreciate you.
Appreciate you.
And I'm about to wrap it up.
Yep.
Okay, guys. Man, another awesome show. I always do this. If you watch any of these shows that I do, I always come on the show and I'm like, yeah, today's show I probably only run this, and it never works out. So I'm just gonna stop saying that. So, what we'll do. Okay, that's off. Okay, great. So let me get the Social Dig Go Home music going. All right. So I have to do this because it's part of the show and it's part of the actual message. Is we do this for the positive progression of humanity always. That's what we do here at the Social Dig. That's what it's all about. That's what this whole movement, this whole point in time is about. I will come on camera, but my camera isn't working right now. Definitely want to thank everybody. All you guys matter to the conversation. I want to hear more from you guys. Dogman UK, awesome. Thank you. Black Dragon, awesome. Maggie M10, awesome. Okay, awesome. Penny Van, thank you for coming through. Derek Galloway, Gotta get you on, buddy. But thanks for coming through. Thanks for supporting. Awesome guy, man. Area 51, great conversation, man. I appreciate you. We're gonna help some of these other people break the ice because we want to hear their voices. We just want to read the text, the type. We want to hear what they what you say. I want to feel the inflection of your tones. Let's see, Eugene. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Welsh, thank you for coming aboard. And you obviously, I don't know if you know, actually, you can check us out over at Spaced Out Radio After Hours, Saturday, Sunday, 8 p.m. Pacific time. And then also check out David Scott Monday through Friday, beginning at 9 p.m. 7 days a week, Spaced Out Radio. Susie B, thank you for coming through and joining our chat here and talking about some stuff, and hopefully we can get you in too. Ruth Kleber, thank you so much for coming. Thank you. Let's see. I know a lot of people came, and this chat is backed up. Nicole, aka Coley, Nicole Coley Weber. Thank you for coming through, and thank you for leaving a comment for your guy today, man. It's all love. Ange, thank you for coming through. David Scott, thanks for coming through, man. Thanks for calling in, buddy. Appreciate you if you're out there. Let's see. I'm just going back. Paramarv, thank you so much for coming through and joining the conversation and having great questions to add. Let's see. Mike Jones, always adding to the conversation. I really appreciate you coming through. And as always, I am your host, Mr. Rob G. Guys, this is the Social Dig. You have a great rest of your day. Take care.